ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Sing through the fog, old gods he's slain.
Oh.
Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7.
How do I close this?
Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading Cobalt Ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy.
Okay, that's something.
Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game.
There we go.
I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading Cobalt Ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Sing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading Cobalt Ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Sing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7.
Hey. Is that another Fiverr commission? The animation's not a Fiverr commission, but the song is, yeah. So it looks like I still have to start the streams manually. It just lets you join in earlier. Yeah, such an old game, yeah. Scroll this down a bit. Not quite that far. Yeah. Yes, Dustlord is your game. I believe this was your first submission, so it got priority. I was very confused searching for you on the website, but that's because you're Dustlord on Advanced Wars by Web and Dustlord. That's right. All hail, King of the Penguins. That's a me. And Mr.Greensuit, do you not like my my little theme song for stream starts? There's another one that I'll eventually have for like standalone videos when I've made a short intro for those. Hello. Well, Dustlord, if you want to change your name on the site, you might be able to get it done if you message Walker on the Discord about it. If you want to be the same everywhere. You think hearing it once is enough? You don't like it? I like it. It's a good one. I don't... it only runs like... Well, it runs as long as it takes me to send out all of the notices about the stream starting. And then I swap on over. Thank you. It is goofy. Exactly. Olaf knows what's up. You have 3 games going, which you aim for a lot of arties and recons. Yeah, I mean, arty recon works pretty well until you have to deal with copters, of course. I like anti-air artillery. I like going recons into artillery into anti-air as a alternative to the kind of tank thing. Assuming it's tough though, because you need really precise positioning with your artillery so they don't just die. And then I'm also assuming that this is talking about fog. If it's in standard, you can still do it, but it's definitely harder as an opening. Do people prefer having the grid lines on or off? Artillery, recon, infantry, and beecopter. Nice, nice. Stay on. What does it look like with them on? I've never actually used this. I think it's probably bad for this type of map. You changed your mind. Okay. It's hideous. That could be something to ask the devs if they ever have free time, which I think they're probably not. You could be like, I would like the grid lines to have a scaling level of visibility. Map theme. We could change the map theme. This is probably the one that JJ normally uses. You have the the weird perspective on the cities and there's no animations. That's the one that Voice of Akasha plays with. I, of course, play with animations on because I had no loyalty to any particular Advanced Wars by Web game. I also spoiled it. Just an Advanced Wars 2 tileset user. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, lots of people. We can... The bouncing is so distracting. I think... Does the Advanced Wars 2 just turn off the bouncing? Well, we can check. App theme. Yeah, it just turns off the bouncing. You've got to be boring to turn off the bouncing. It also turns off the smokestacks. For the bouncing, you can... If you ever get two artillery facing each other, or not artillery, anti-air, you can offset them by messing with their animation timing with the bouncing over them and all that. If that happens in the game, I'll show it off. That's animation only. You're a big dirty liar, you use animations? Haha! Okay. So here we have the Quack Cup 2 Round 1. Scurge playing as Hawke and Lash, which is a pretty nice, very interesting combo there, as player 1, and Dustlord playing as Von Bolt and Jake, which is also pretty interesting. So Von Bolt's going to have a nice day-to-day advantage in this. Yeah, what does Lash offer Hawke? Well, I would imagine the reason you'd pick Lash isn't going to be for the day-to-day, because I think you'll be fine with Hawke's day-to-day for the most part. I think you'd want Hawke's power charging up faster. I think you'd probably pick Lash for the capture threat that her super offers you. If I was to do it, it would be in mind of trying to take the comm towers away. He's a super cute penguin. You know what? Well, a super evil penguin. There we go. Now we got our bow tie. Yeah, that's what I'd be thinking, is the annoying defense for one turn. Specifically around the comm towers, maybe the labs, but I would be thinking the comm towers. And then the Jake Von Bolt, you're just going to stay as Von Bolt for the majority of it, and I assume you'd switch over to Jake for for a super turn. And maybe it would incentivize you to build some more artillery as well. You don't think it'd be worth it because you miss out on all the charge? I mean, it's worth it if you get the comm towers. You go Vumble Adder. I was gonna say Adder would probably be better than Jake because of how strong these airports are. But you can also get some nice use out of artillery, so it's not like Jake has no special circumstances going for him there. But Von Bolt's going to be able to win pretty much all day-to-day fights. So it's really tough to pick someone other than Von Bolt as the front lad, because the fights start really early here. And none of these COs get anything super special with this black boat. You have to be Drake or Sami. Or Sensei, but Sensei's not allowed. They have fancy black boat threats with the extra movement. Instead of, my guess is that they're both going to go to the harbor and stop the opponent from capturing it. Fumble is annoyingly competent. It's amazing how good +10/+10 is. You can do Andy as the front, but you can't have Andy as the back. If you could have Andy in the back, then everyone would pick Andy. Don't pick Nell on this map if you have bad luck like you. I wouldn't want to pick Nell here because Von Bolt is going to be so prevalent, and the defense affects your luck damage. Nell's best matchup is like against Hawke. Also, Luxios are weird because you have to completely change how you play the game. And like unit count is just so powerful. Yeah, Von Bolt's always the safe pick. You can't go wrong with Von Bolt. You think you can pressure the small comm tower islands with Jake's arties? Here? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4 with a Jake power. That's sadly only going to be like a sometimes threat. Or if you just build a rocket, you could do it all the time, I guess. Nell pretty much has +1-ish damage. Kinda. Yeah, she's kind of got +1-ish potential luck damage on everything. Okay, we'll see how this plays out though. So far that I've seen early copters from these central airports can completely decide the flow of the game because they threaten so many fronts so quickly. Oh, so Scurge is not going for this harbor. So this is a free extra money for Dustlord. Instead, Scurge is thinking about using this black boat to get this island, I assume. Which is fine. I'm fine with going for this island, but I would still spend at least the early turns blocking this harbor, and then you can come back and then go get the island. This base has lots of stuff it needs to capture first. It doesn't want to rush this island because this base can pressure it out. Oh, both players are not going to go camp on this harbor, so looks very good for the economic openings here. Scurge immediately walks up here, which might mean that they're going to rush this island just straight away, which I think is a bad play. If they want to go for this city and then this island, that makes more sense to me. But I would suggest going over here so that you're threatening 3 different things and your plans are being concealed. You can also just go straight for the airport because it is just that strong. And then here, Dustlord went for this city right away. I would suggest going here and for this airport right away for the more aggressive play. Okay. So I thought the black boat was going to be used to pick up infantry, but it looks like the idea is if Scurge decides to walk up here, this black boat can go camp on this harbor. That's fine. I just wouldn't move all the way because you're going to have to backtrack anyway. You think that the boat runs out of fuel if you go over here and then back? I don't think so. It's got 60 fuel. 1, 2, 3. Well, you actually go back like this. Pretty sure you can make it. Okay, Scurge is now going to go for this airport. Both players are rushing this little comm tower island. Okay. Scurge did not move. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. He just needs to move to here in order to reach the harbor to block this infantry from potentially going for it. Okay, super rushing. So this is going to delay the economy on the mixed base a lot. And as you can see, this base in particular has a lot of cities and properties that it's responsible for. So having to spend multiple turns walking down to the furthest away one is rough. I do like building the tank here because it can threaten 2 different fronts, and the capture phase over here isn't that infantry heavy. Like this guy captures this city and this city, this guy captures this city, this city, this city. You pretty much have it already set up with just 2 infantry. You could also build it down here if you wanted, just to put pressure on this base, since it is the most important base on the map. And this one also already has pretty much all of the infantry it needs for non-combat related captures. Okay, so I'm not sure what this black boat is going to be used for. Maybe the idea is more to go for this comm tower. Okay, both players are going to get their airports pretty close together. Scurge can potentially have the first copter. This is a little weird of Dustlord to do, to move the black boat back here now, because at this point this infantry is threatening to go here and to potentially take the harbor or the comm tower, and now this guy can't block the harbor unless the idea is just to bring in infantry to contest it. Okay, Scurge has not, or no, did build a tank here to answer this tank, which you can see there's still lots of captures going uncaptured because it's such a infantry hungry base. Ooh, the tank. Interesting. The tank moves out down here, so it's moving kind of away from this tank. I assume to protect this city, maybe try and secure the comm tower, considering this guy dropped off here. Scurge is going to be really unhappy if Dustlord just builds a copter, though, because that defends the comm tower and it wards off the tank and it threatens this infantry. So I assume we're going to see a battlecopter built here, as it is going to be the most annoying build. And at the same time, it'll be a really nicely timed battlecopter too, because it makes this base want to build an anti-air, but at the same time this airport wants to build a copter for the exact same reason. And that's why you want to get first copter, so that your opponent, there we go, your opponent is forced to choose between getting a copter of their own or responding to your copter. Okay, we have the double comm tower reach here for Scurge. Playing as Hawke. That tank is completely exposed to first strikes here, but so is this infantry. I guess the idea, I see, the idea is just to save the comm tower capture. Ah, okay, so in this case, Scurge decides just to build their own copter and instead of responding to this copter, which is really good for Dustlord. Because now this copter just gets a free hit. It can hit this mech, which is pretty nasty because that mech is lined up to go for this capture. It can hit a tank if it wants. It can hit this infantry. It can interrupt down here. It's got lots of options. And it won't get punished for it for a whole turn. While this copter that just got built, Dustlord is actually able to respond to that, no problem. Oh, Scurge did switch over to Lash. That is interesting. It does give the tank plus 10% more attack. And it gives this guy plus 30% more attack, or plus 20% more attack in comparison to playing Hawke. But I'd prefer to have Hawke getting the 100% charge rather than the 50% charge. Because that global damage is so good. Okay, go for the tank strike. That's fine. You do knock the tank down to 5. I would probably go up here and hit the mech, unless it's threatening to get caught. I guess it's threatening to get caught, so that's not a good play. This mech would move here. This mech moves here. This infantry moves here. This infantry moves here, and then they build an anti-air. Okay, yeah. So definitely hit the tank instead. And then another copter gets built. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess I don't really like offering the tank if you don't have to. Oh, you're not offering the tank. This copter actually does cover that tile. Very nice. This infantry, however, is not covered, but that's okay. Up a whole tank first strike, and then it's another copter that Scurge has to try and deal with. Okay. Now have the double comm tower. The city is being captured. I assume this copter is going to hit this infantry. Which is not a huge deal. Or no. That's an unfortunate play. Probably just doesn't see that this copter can reach. This copter does do less damage because it's Lash instead of Hawke. So that's a little unfortunate. But there was more chip damage here. Whoa. That is not going to end well. So that's just a tank being traded away for 4 damage on an infantry. I'm not sure why it did that. It could have retreated down towards this there. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it actually can't reach and be protected unless the infantry gets in the way and the black boat. It's a lot of mechs, yeah. So this is gonna... Oh, Dustlord captured one, but not the other. So this... being at 30% firepower does matter quite a bit. So this could knock to 2 instead of knocking to 1. If it knocks to 1, you probably don't even take any retaliation. So, I mean, it's not a huge deal, especially because there's a black boat here to repair you. Yeah, take out the infantry. Arguably, you hit with the 6 first, and then this one to keep this at 10, so it can still threaten to capture the city. This is also fine. The tank comes over here, interrupts the capture, looking nice. It's no fun fighting Von Bolt, and this is still having Lash in the front. So this is quite a bit. I don't know why the black boat moved over here. I would want to keep it. Oops. Instead, I would have the black boat repair this tank. Unless you just don't have the money. Are you a tank? A tank here? Oh, okay. Well, I wouldn't go a tank here. I don't think that tank is needed. I'd probably go artillery, because like artillery plus all these infantry looks really nice to me. And then I would repair this tank. Hey, Shadow. Alright, Scurge is in a little bit of trouble here. Does attack this tank. It's a value trade. I don't like that copter movement. I guess it's stopping this infantry from hitting here. Aggressively marching towards this airport. Antair is moving over here to deal with this copter. One lab is going down. You have a first strike. Even with double comm tower. A 6/6 trade as a Lash infantry too. Still staying Lash. So this Scurge really needed to switch over to Hawke. Especially if you're going copter heavy, because Hawke just has better copters than Lash. That was a little bit of an overreaction on the lab, but that's okay. It still works out just fine. Okay, we get that kill, and then I assume we take a first strike here and then repair with the black boat. The mech army wards off the infantry, which is fine. Yeah, there we go. Nice repair on the black boat, or on the battlecopter. Another battlecopter gets built, so now this can't be captured. It could be blocked in though. It's actually even like a pretty decent block in because... Oh, never mind. This tank can reach to help free it. You have not missed the Tordread versus Nightmare review. That's... You don't see it in queue? I'll quickly check. It should be, unless I accidentally deleted it. I don't think I covered it. I think it got deleted somehow. I'll add it in after this game. That's very weird. I do remember it being submitted. Okay. Ooh. Anti-air reaches to hit this copter, so definitely a huge overreaction to save the lab. I didn't even see that. So a nice pick off by Scurge there, who almost has the Lash normal power, or has, as Reimer calls it, the forbidden technique. We have a bunch of copter strikes on these injured tanks. You gotta do what you gotta do. Whoa, I'm not a huge fan of hitting this copter though. So far this copter's got a lot of value. Them Von Bolt copters with double comm towers, they get the job done. Pair, very nice. Take the first strike. 5-4. Good old Von Bolt copters doing their thing. And all of these infantry get beat up. Just Von Bolt infantry doing their thing. +10 stats. They're so good. And then we have almost Almost a guaranteed capture of this airport. I'm pretty sure you can't hold this airport even if you capture it. This base is just too close. But it's still a very big threat. Because if nothing else, it stops copters from being built there for quite a few turns. Okay. Oof. Almost all the infantry from this base that have accumulated have been taken out. We're pretty much down to the ant trail now. And ant trails get absolutely demolished when they're trying to take on like an established front. And we have a medium tank built, I assume, to try and deal with the triple mech. Copter first strike. Oh no, the Von Bolt copter gets taken down. Okay. Infantry takes this guy out, and they're not in range of getting hit by the other infantry right now. So Scurge is kind of threatening to stabilize over here. We do have the infantry take the first strike, trying to save this airport. We have a nice little boost. And then a strike. There isn't much coverage for this guy. Never mind, there is coverage. The artillery comes up to protect him. Alright, Scurge. Dustlord has been ahead by quite a bit for the majority of this game, but Scurge is starting to make a comeback. I like this little formation, trying to stop this copter from coming in and taking this first strike. I think Dustlord has good odds of breaking this with the 4 health infantry striking here, and then the full health one striking here. But we'll see. A mech does get taken out over here, and then another strike on a mech. Hit the artillery, hit the infantry, and then the artillery is still tied down to protecting this airport. The recon is a little bit of a questionable buy, but I guess it's just because it's a lot of infantry coming in that sadly can't actually reach to defend the airport. Oh, never mind. Walking forward and just hitting the artillery. I probably would have continued capturing the airport because it forces a vehicle to hit this guy, and he's just a 6 health infantry. No, prime tactics will reach. That's true. That's true. Oh, and here we go. We have the breakthrough. Hit the copter and then repair. Hey. Looking very good. And the tank's back to repair. This one's in a very safe spot. An anti-air built to crack this airport. And then it's like, what does this tank want to do? It can't really hit this anti-air. So it might just go sit on a city. It could maybe hit this mech if it was very daring. This has to sit on the lab. Okay. Scurge, unfortunately, wasn't able to quite protect this airport, but does have a Lash super available. Doesn't look like they're going for it though. Anti-air going in for these infantry strikes, kind of abandoning these mechs to the swarms of infantry. Wow, I'm surprised there's no Lash super being used here. Maybe the plan is to swap over to Hawke. You have an anti-air getting built. Going in for a nice infantry strike. Does kind of give this medium tank something to do though, which isn't ideal. A nice block off to stop this tank from reaching the artillery. Then swaps over to Hawke. I think Scurge just doesn't quite understand how the CO powers charge. So if they had been Hawke this whole time, then they probably would have the Hawke super, and Lash would be, well, Lash would be 1, 2, 3, 4, like 4.5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So like on the way to getting the super for Lash. It could be that Scurge was thinking that you can do dual strikes, but that's not a thing in Advanced Wars by Web. Copter tries to break through there. Dustlord is potentially threatening to get the Von Bolt super before a super of Scurges happens, which could be devastating. As is, this sits on the lab. Sure. Could also probably kill this mech. As is, though, now Scurge is in a tough spot because Lash generated a ton of charge and now the super is not even on the table anymore. His attack in here does have an artillery to help defend this attack against the medium tank. I like all the little black boat uses here. There's been some very good boosts. Does get to take out these infantry over here, giving Scurge some nice control. And in the middle is also looking very nice for Scurge with some pretty good vehicle placement, although it does kind of set up a Von Bolt super potentially over here. That could be really bad news. I'm not really seeing a magnet being made here. Medium tank comes up, kills this mech as well. Almost there for the Von Bolt super. Hit the artillery. There we go. It does indeed hit the middle. And now these guys are all going to get taken out on the following turn. This copter can even come over here and hit the copter at the airport, and so can his anti-air. On the bright side, there will probably be a Hawke super to try and heal these guys up. I don't think the heal is going to matter that much, though. It might save the anti-air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe. No, never mind. There's a tank over there. Yeah, that's a lot of pressure on pretty much every front except for down here, which I agree with. I don't like attacking down here. Might as well let those units kind of overexert themselves or overextend into the airport and base, and then this base and airport, and take them out rather than try to chase them down to this really awful terrain. Have a copter built. There's no anti-air or copter over here, so this does actually just completely defend this front. But we also don't have a Hawke super. Ooh, and Dustlord, actually, I didn't notice. Dustlord swapped over to Jake at the end of that turn. So now we have a Jake super, almost, to follow up on the Von Bolt one. Do take that infantry out, and I mean, I think you can probably just attack in here. Although it might be just, the idea is just to wait for that Jake super, and then like this anti-air and tank get involved as well. So we might see some tanks hitting, yeah, the copter there. And then we have the block rock, which might close out the game. Well, the tank reaches all the way down here. Look at that extra movement go. Goodbye, anti-air. Artillery comes over to try and defend against this incoming black boat. Oh, here we go. Hits the recon. Sure. Hits the recon. Hits the artillery. Comes the tank. Doesn't quite reach anything. Anti-air decides to come over here to deal with this copter. And then these captures start happening. We are going to have a Hawke super guaranteed after this. But the unit values are looking very much in Dustlord's favor. And then swaps right back over to Von Bolt. And this is something that's very nice about swapping to Von Bolt. Is when you swapped over to Jake after the Von Bolt super, you like lost a lot of stats. But after the Jake super you swap, you pretty much maintain those same stats. So this is how Hawke and Lash end up running from Uzium in the desert. Okay. Unfortunately for Scurge, there is no special dual strikes in this. So we do have a Hawke super, which does quite a bit of damage. Has to abandon going over here, it looks like. It drops off the infantry. It's kind of in front of a whole bunch of troops, which isn't ideal. Does have a nice breakthrough here and hits the anti-air, which is very good. Finish off that tank. So this front is stabilizing for now. The other front in the center here still looks very grim. Although doesn't have the cash, but could build a copter. In the front, we have a medium tank against the medium tank, and we swap over the Lash, so there will be a Lash super to follow that up. But Dustlord is way ahead, just not in pretty much every way. There's one city more, so not hugely ahead in income, but way ahead in unit count and unit value. So this Lash super is going to have to do a lot to make up for everything. We have a transport copter being built from Dustlord, which I like a lot. Helps make up for all the injured infantry from the Hawke super. Threatening to just go take this lab. Both of these center labs have been captured by Dustlord, so Dustlord's just going to go straight for the kill. All these little infantry just running away. Anti-air built here. We got lots of anti-airs there. One died here. One died here. Okay, so Scurge has to desperately defend this lab. It's going to be threatened to be captured next. Well, like, it's going to threaten to be completely captured in 3 turns because this infantry will hop into the transport copter and get dropped off. Does break through over here. Now, Dustlord also has to stop this lab from falling at the same time. Because as long as you have one lab, you don't lose the game. It's when you lose all of your labs that you lose the game. So it's possible for Scurge to not defend this lab as long as another one gets taken. No Lash super was used there. So it must be being saved for other captures. It's now impossible for Scurge to stop this lab cap. So all that Dustlord has to do is stop this lab or this lab from being captured. Just delay it by 1 turn and it will be game over. Which I guess is already done because there's not a full health infantry in range of the labs, so. And Hawke doesn't have a power to heal this guy up to 10. We have lots of stuff being moved around. I've been on a DJ stream live. I played Jake versus, or my Jugger versus his Flak. Oh no, this one did heal up. It was on a city. Okay, there we go. So this is the infantry to try and save them all. Unfortunately for Scurge, this is on a lab instead of on an HQ, so it doesn't have that 90% defense. It only has plus 70% defense. So Scurge, so Dustlord will probably be able to interrupt this. But a lot of captures coming in. The space is completely fallen. It just doesn't have an infantry around to capture it. So as long as one, in this case 2 damage, gets chipped off, there's nothing to stop this. I guess there's this copter, so there does have to be some walling or to go kill the copter. Okay, comes the anti-air. Right in the range of this mech. Sure. It doesn't really matter. There's no way that Scurge can get through that entire ball of units. Oh. Copter goes down for that 2 health infantry. Jeez. Yeah, at this point, Scurge can take some captures, but he's not going to be able to capture this lab in time. That little bit of damage is just enough to delay it. The only thing that Scurge could have potentially done is get swapped over to Hawke instead of staying on the Lash super and then getting enough charge for a power that delays this for a turn, which would have been very embarrassing for Dustlord. But that is kind of a tough call to make because you have to give up having your Lash super. And I assume that's GG. It's just not letting me. Yeah, finishes the capture on the lab. And then Scurge gets eliminated. GG. We really got to see Von Bolt just bully. The thing for Scurge, I think Scurge just didn't quite know how the tag mechanics work in Advanced Wars by Web. A very nice use of tag for Dustlord, just pretty much staying as Von Bolt, then you switch over to Jake for the super, and you switch back over to Von Bolt, and just kind of crush with that day-to-day. A very effective use of going Copter first. And we got to see how good it is to go Copter first, and when your opponent just answers with a Copter of their own, you get to do some free shenanigans, but they don't get free shenanigans because you get to respond to their Copter. Which is why there's always turn advantage issues with these Copter first openings, if when everything's too close together. Much to the map maker's horror. So you'll see in a lot of maps that have close-ish airports, they'll like have carriers in the way, and the like, to delay everything. So it's not quite so much of a turn advantage. Gotcha. But well played. And now I will double check to make sure that we're not having another one of these games on this tournament, and that's right. So I'm going to swap over to the replay viewer. Be right back. And we're back. Well, Jake was always kind of a sus character for sure. So next we have an old game. Mr.Greensuit versus Sothe in a Sensei mirror on Ghost Town last Vigil. This was a year and 2 months ago. Look how tiny the map is. So you can't see it here, but the way the difference this map has in comparison to the normal last Vigil is that all of these cities have been ghosted, which is why it's Ghost Town last Vigil. And what that means is when the map is being made, you put, in this case, I believe it was infantry, it could be any unit, infantry on these cities that's from a player that doesn't have an HQ. So when the game starts, all the units aren't really like spawned, but there's still infantry kind of calced to be on the cities. So that just means you can like move on to them because there's no unit there. But when it's checking to see if you can spawn a unit there, it says, no, you can't. So that means if a property is ghosted, you can't build anything there and you can't spawn anything there, which means that Sensei's normal and superpower will not spawn any infantry or mechs from any city that's been ghosted, which I believe for this map is every single city. So that means for this map, Sensei's normal and superpower just buff the damage of infantry and copters, and they do not create any units. So it is a way to nerf Sensei. I don't remember what the ban list was for this map. I know you could play Sensei. I know you could play Sonya. It was tier 3 or tier 2 with a nerf Sensei allowed. Well, he drops a lot. He drops from being tier 0 to probably worse than Sami. You can still repair. You can still move on to the cities for ghosted properties. You can still move on to them. You can still repair. But at least I think you can still repair. I'm pretty sure you can. But yeah, if you like ghost a base, if you ghost an airport, if you ghost a harbor, you can't build anything there. You can't spawn anything. Oh, we'll see how this goes. I'll make Mr.Greensuit a couple of ice. It's now Mr. Blue Suit. We'll see an old game here. So this is one of the top standard players, for those who don't know. And maybe Haiphong? And Last Vigil has a few openings on it. One of them is the Starflash. I don't know if Starflash made it, but he definitely popularized it, which is there's like a Starflash rush to attack this city in particular. Here we go. Sothe going straight for this neutral base, as one should. And here you can see Mr. Greensuit going for the very contested properties right away rather than going for the day 1 capture. Sothe goes for the day 1 capture. I don't recommend this. I do think you really need to rush capturing these cities. Otherwise, you might never get them. Okay. Whoa, Sothe rushing the comm tower. That's a weird move. You can now see Mr. Greensuit has captured this city and is in position to deny this city from Sothe forever. They both managed to reach contestable areas at the same speed. Sothe can start capturing a turn faster than Mr. Greensuit can, but they can both hit the city at the same rate. So these two bases can be forever locked in an infantry war over this city until this base just sends one thing over and completely topples the one base side. Okay, huge is probably an overstatement, but I would say a big mistake from Sothe here is sending both of these infantry forward. I would suspect that sending something very quickly to get this airport is going to be ideal because Sensei has really strong copters. We'll see if Mr. Greensuit ends up going for really strong copters. That will be decided by what this infantry does. And here you can see we have our nice interruption of the city, and now Sothe is probably never going to get this city, all because they went for this the day one capture right away. There's not that much income yet, that is true. I would still run. I mean, you'll have enough money by the time you finish capturing this airport to build a copter. And the copter's going to be a big deal. Debatably, Mr.Greensuit could have gone for an anti-air, I guess. But by going tank here, they do just line themselves up very nicely to go double tank. And here you can see Sothe backed off with this infantry and then just struck to kill Mr. Greensuit's infantry. But that means this property is no longer being captured, which relieves all of the pressure off of after Mr. Greensuit for a turn. So both of these can now be captured. And then another infantry can come up to contest it, as well as this tank. Mr. Greensuit attacks here, which I'm not so sure about. It does injure this infantry. I think just preserving the unit count would probably be better. But yeah, because Sensei has plus 40% base, no powers used, just as a day-to-day, plus 40% attack to foot soldiers, all of the infantry first strikes are a really big deal. And it's plus 50% for copters. Yeah, this goes back, preserving unit count. So Sothe has a unit count lead right now, but you can see Mr. Greensuit is going to get this airport much faster than Sothe. Sothe decided to use this infantry to try and get this airport, which has still 2 turns before it starts the capture, which means that there can potentially be like 2 more a 2 copter advantage for Mr. Greensuit, and copters are going to have, with a comm tower, plus 60% firepower. It's very scary. You think if it was weak, it could not sit on a city without dying next turn or something? Okay. Talking about this infantry. Yeah, we have a nice tank first strike. We have a tank chain going on here. Oh, Sothe doesn't actually even reach this. And by the way, these tanks do have minus 10% attack. They're slightly weaker tanks. So they really, really don't want to go for first strikes against other tanks on cities. And we have a lot of infantry coming in down here, but because Mr. Greensuit's going to have this airport so much faster than Sothe will, it's going to be really difficult to actually get these captures pretty soon. Because once these copters start coming out, and there's actually a pretty healthy tank count for Mr. Greensuit, and they're going to be able to ward off any anti-airs that Sothe builds. So it just goes into the mechs. I mean, the mechs, of course, have plus 40% base, now plus 50% with a comm tower. So they do hit tanks very hard. But they will also get completely shredded by infantry. Mr. Greensuit finds a nice block here to get one of these contested cities. Okay. Ooh. Sending the tank in to it's technically defended by this tank, but not really. I'm pretty sure these guys can just get in the way with the mech backup. So this does invite Sothe to get a first strike from his own city if he wants. In revenge, it does delay this capture, but at the same time, it would also be bringing one of the tanks away from this front. So there's definitely some pros and cons to this attack. There's also no infantry in direct range of reinforcing this capture. So you can see Sothe is now starting the airport capture. Mr. Greensuit's going to be building a copter next turn. Does go for the tank first strike. It's going to try and go for this city capture. It looks like it will work unless Mr. Greensuit gets a power to give some extra firepower. Look at that, 2 damage. It looks like the wall does work out here. I think Mr. Greensuit needed just to have an infantry. I guess you can't really put the infantry here because you get just first struck. Okay. So that's a nice get for Sothe. Smack. Smack. Okay. I don't think Mr. Greensuit is going to be able to get the power. I think with the power, you might be able to one-shot an infantry on the road. I don't remember how much... I don't remember if Sensei gets... Maybe it's just for copters that there's an increase in the firepower. I'll check real quick. I want to lead you guys astray. Or you, Sensei? Okay, it's only the copters that go from plus 50% attack to plus 65% attack. So the infantry don't actually get any stronger, other than the plus 10%. And a fun fact, the plus 65% damage for the copters doesn't increase for the super. So in this case, the super does the exact same thing as the normal power, except it costs 3 times the price. Because you don't spawn any mechs. Okay, so because these guys don't get pumped up anymore, won't be able to get the one shot even with the power. But that is okay, because we now have the copter, and there isn't actually an anti-air built from Sothe, which is really weird to me. I mean, the copter should have been seen a mile away. Okay, some infantry strikes. The mech has moved up. It's in range of getting bopped by some infantry here. See if something like that happens, though. It is being kind of walled off somewhat effectively. This tank can come in and hit this tank, and then this guy can clear this infantry, and this infantry can hit this mech. I assume that's what we're going to see. Yeah, I don't think Mr. Greensuit should have gone in here after seeing that the wall couldn't have been broken, because I think you want to preserve these infantry for when the copter shows up. Because any fighting that's happening in copter range is just going to be benefiting you so much. And it's just going to cost unit count. Here we do have the complete denial of the city so far. And we have the copter command. You can see nothing spawns. And this just gives plus... This is just going to be giving plus 10 stats, because this copter doesn't actually have a target yet. Ooh. Well, I think that must have had chip damage on it. Okay. I'm pretty sure just the plus 10 is not enough to one-shot. Infantry. Some nice first strikes here from Mr. Greensuit. I assume this finishes off. Oh my gosh, how unlucky. Mr. Greensuit also assumed that just finished it off. So, very weird to me that there wasn't a strike on this mech, but that's okay. And this tank just retreats. So, because this mech doesn't get hit, I'm not so sure on the attack from Mr. Greensuit into this kind of really defensive formation. I think you might need to build up forces first. The attacks over here I like a lot. The tank coming through, hitting this mech, and then this tank hitting this other tank. I think those are really good attacks. And it also gets to be backed up by a copter. The fighting over here I'm not quite so happy about. We'll see. I mean, this mech can kill this infantry. This mech can kill off this one. And then the tank can hit this one. This tank also gets to get in on this fun. We have a copter command from Sothe in response. Everything is 2 damaged on the right this turn to start a capture. That's true. I'm kind of surprised that Sothe went for a copter command here. Because you have so much charge bar available to you, you can really set yourself up for multiple copter commands in a row. And I don't think the +10/+10 was very much needed for Sothe here. Maybe it was needed for that breakthrough, although I think Sothe could have done that better. You think your tanks went in too deep on the left? That's kind of leave you a little vulnerable to this anti-air chain, but Sothe doesn't build a copter. So this is going to be another turn where Mr. Greensuit's getting a copter advantage. Hit a whole bunch of infantry strikes. A mech hits an infantry. Moving forward, eat up a mech, eat up an infantry. Now this tank is very much protected. This mech would demolish an attacking tank. If the copter's moving together. Ooh, and then Mr. Greensuit builds another tank rather than another copter. How much money did Mr. Greensuit? 12k. So you can go copter, infantry, infantry. Instead goes tank, deciding that 2 copters are enough for now, huh? Do I value? Well, that's always going to be a situational thing, right, where you're going to decide if you need to finish stuff off, or you should hit fresh targets. Kind of depends on who you're up against, or what CO you're up against, and just how injured stuff is. If a unit's at like 5 HP, I usually prefer killing off a 5 HP rather than hitting something fresh, because if I hit something fresh, I usually do about 5 damage. So I get to kill off the same value without getting hit with a counterattack. Sensei attacks do really good. Okay. City is being threatened to be captured. This tank is a little deep. Definitely going to get surrounded here. Ooh. That's a very good find for Sothe to pick off that mech, because that would be one of those really annoying units that could zone these anti-airs. Now, I imagine tank plus copter kills an anti-air, so it's a little dangerous to go here. But this tank is completely surrounded. The 9 health infantry jumps in here, huh? Copters decide to attack over here, which I agree with. There's absolutely nothing defending against the copters. And we have a really good strike against a mech. I think there was potentially another play here that goes for this city capture. I guess you can't really stop this infantry. You can like kill this off with the copter, start the capture, and the tank can't reach. The anti-air can hit the copter, but you're like fine with that, as you use the mech to kill off the anti-air, and you get to trade off one of the counters to your copter. But because you can't interrupt this infantry, I think it's probably fine to not go for that kind of thing. Okay, we have another tank. Still sticking to just the double copter count. Strike in here. Strike in. Mech gets another strike on the tank. Whoa. Okay, so Sothe really wanted to preserve that full health infantry, was willing to sacrifice a whole unit count to do so. It's a little interesting. That kind of, if I saw a move like that, some alarm bells would go off in my head that maybe Sothe is thinking about trying to take an HQ cap. Or did I be like, why on earth would you need to preserve full HP infantry at this point? Yeah, this is a dead tank. Bye. Nice block off over here. And this capture goes through. This... okay, I was going to say, this mech is defending, but at the same time it's very vulnerable, but it's not because there's another mech straight to the medium tank. And we do have the first copter from Sothe. Now, the medium tank did require a base skip. Mr.Greensuit doesn't necessarily need to build any anti-airs because of how deadly Sensei copters are against other Sensei copters. So as long as you have the majority, should be good. Ooh. Not quite sure what Sothe is seeing here with this copter command. Okay, tries to get the kill on this tank. If Sothe wasn't Sensei, that becomes a much more reliable split KO. But because Sothe is Sensei, these both have minus 10% attack. It's not going to be the kind of thing you'll want to go for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is a very daring copter placement. I am very confused by this turn. Okay, I mean, there is a copter chain. We have a really nice mech strike here. I guess it's fine. I don't think Mr.Greensuit can completely ruin Sothe's day here. But it's not a happy day for sure. Ooh, that tank actually lived. Didn't want to use the 1 health tank to go for the kill. Yeah, that'll one-shot for sure. Breaking through here. Goes for the interrupt on that capture. Okay. I mean, that really wasn't too bad for Sothe. And here we do have a nice first strike for the tank. The artillery makes sense. There's 3 really strong attacks against this copter that Sothe gets to choose from. Goes for the anti-air. That is in range of this medium tank. A nice strike here. Beats up on this tank. Mech comes in. This artillery is going to have a pretty nice time defending against this, though. Okay, so this is going to happen because the infantry is going to hit this mech. I was like, otherwise, that's awful. Okay, so that was a pretty good turn for Sothe. They are down 2k in income because Mr.Greensuit's been so vigilant on denying this city and actually has both of these ones. Which is going to start adding up a lot here. I'm surprised Mr.Greensuit's diving in here. I guess it's fine because while Sothe can break through to like kill off the walls of the artillery, there isn't actually anything that can follow that up to hit the artillery. Does go in for the copter strike, and then we have a copter command here. Very strong mech attack. Finish this off with tanks, and sadly can't kill off this artillery, this anti-air. I don't know if there was a way. Yeah, there's just no way. I guess what you could do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was thinking you could just not finish off this this anti-air, but you don't have a great way of killing off this infantry to allow this medium tank to hit the anti-air over here. Because if Mr.Greensuit can just injure this anti-air down to like 3 or so, and then also kill this anti-air off completely, then we'll actually have a lock on Sothe's airport with just the copter. But this is also fine. Does lose the copter, but takes out the anti-air, and then there's another Mr.Greensuit's own anti-air to stop this airport from really defending. I'm in top chat. Okay, we're in live chat. Okay. Does go for the copter command. Doesn't have any copters. This is just +10/+10. Kills off that copter. Bye, anti-air, we knew you well. And attacks in here and then resigns, yeah. I think that's fair. The problem that Sothe is going to run into is, one, doesn't have a way, especially with this infantry going for this attack over here, doesn't have a way of getting to this artillery. If it hadn't killed this unit, then it plus this 8 health tank can probably kill off this infantry. But even if that happens, there's no way to actually hit the artillery, so it's just going to blow up this mech. And then use a bunch of infantry and mechs to slowly push up against just a single base. And Sothe went for double artillery here, which is really nice if you have an established unit count to help defend them. But Sothe is about to get absolutely destroyed on the front lines. Yeah, the tank first strike mid-game really added up on your end. Yeah, the one to stop the city. I mean, it ended up being very valuable. Sothe was never able to get that city. Did get this one from you, but then you got these two. So you got to see what Sensei's like when every single city is ghosted. So his power is just to increase copter damage by another 15%. And +10/+10. It's a pretty brutal game. And because I seem to have accidentally deleted the Tordread versus Nightmare, I'll cover that game now. Did I not put it on here? 1 second. I received this game multiple times. I remember looking at it. Eight, 1, 6, 6, 7, 4. 8, 1, 6, 7. What? I just never downloaded it. Well, no one actually sent me the zip. They just sent me the game. So if Rizo could send the zip, or Reimer if Reimer's watching. It was submitted. You have the zip? All right, send me the zip. We'll be good to go. Look at all these Tordread games. The guy is prolific. Confidence something something something. Exactly. Exactly. People are saying Kindle would still be better. The infantry were really deadly. I could see Kindle being better. There's a lot, well, there is a lot of fighting around the cities. But she's going to have similarly strong infantry strikes from cities. Okay. There we go. It's just that fast. Okay, we got Nightmare of Heiankyou, I believe, versus Tordread. This is the one, yeah. So I will be evil and make Nightmare into Cold Ice because we submitted for them. So Eagle versus Olaf is an interesting matchup. A lot of it comes down to power management and just being insanely patient. If Olaf can get Eagle to just fight him, then Olaf usually wins. Like what can happen that wins for Olaf is Olaf uses the super and hits Eagle. Eagle retreats, waits for the super to end, then uses his own super, hits Olaf for a lot, and then Olaf uses another super from that, and then Eagle just doesn't have enough stuff to hold off the attack and make it to the second Eagle super. If Eagle just takes the Olaf hit and then is like, I'm just not gonna super, I'm just gonna build up some more, then Olaf can just kind of die because you just can't overextend into an Eagle super. Yeah, just never use super until you do use super and crush poor Olaf. But if Olaf can get enough pressure with his own Winter Fury against Eagle, then you can have some really nice Olaf wins. Now, I really don't like playing Eagle because I'm not a huge fan of stally games. But there are people that really like playing Eagle in that kind of style and having those really big swingy turns. And I'd say this map is pretty good for Eagle because the forces are fairly consolidated. There is kind of a split front here, kind of around the middle, one up here, one over here. But if Eagle can stall the game out, it will really just be like one front going across the map like this, and there's still a lot of roads too. So if Olaf tries to do any sneaky, not supers, but just normal powers, just blizzards, to kind of chunk away at Eagle's forces, Eagle will have still some pretty nice opportunities to respond to this. We have a very fast recon opener from Tordread, and we have just artillery follow-up from both players at this point. And then a tank. So we're going artillery tank for Nightmare, and we're going recon artillery and then tank for Tordread. So the reason they're going tank, or they're going artillery and then tank, is just because of the timing it takes for these units to reach the front lines. If you go tank first, it actually gets there too fast, and it just doesn't have any targets yet. So you go artillery first, it gets to the front line and makes itself in a nice established position, and then the tank shows up as your opponent's like infantry shows up. You can still play Eagle aggressively. But from the success stories I've seen of Eagle versus Olaf, it's just patience into win. Yeah, it is ideally one lightning strike and then GG. And that's the most satisfying Zeo to play. Okay, so Tordread, one recon going up here to harass. It's pretty interesting. I would probably go down here to harass because I would expect my opponent, just because of where the comm towers are placed now on this map. This one's now closer, and I would imagine my opponent's going to try and defend their comm tower capture. Where down here, I wouldn't expect them to try and contest this comm tower capture because it's, well, now closer to me. So that would be the place where they're going to be weaker. Not always, but more likely, people are going to want to use this as their stronger side. You can, as you can see, the bases can go either way, but you don't need to be defending your HQ very heavily early on. Your internet's giving out. Oh no! Am I going to donate to stop the Tordread losing streak because of my fog game with it? Maybe, maybe. Have a good night. Yeah, the recon does see the artillery. So in this case, Tordread is going to try, potentially, to actually stop this comm tower. I don't think that's going to end up working out very well, but we'll see. There is an artillery strike here. I don't see a very nice breakthrough though. It was delayed this for one turn, decided not to follow up with a strike because this artillery can't actually make it into these woods, I guess. So just a little bit of economic denial over here. Tordread will be a tiny bit ahead because of that. And we have the copter being built. No copters from Eagle as of yet. And that's been... Ooh, the recon gets finished off right there. This tank is probably going to die for that. But I could see Nightmare feeling pretty safe about it just because, I mean, they are attacking from a city and they have a lot of backup. So maybe this won't die from it, but it will probably take an artillery shot. Although that is the only recon that Tordread had. So that's a really, really unfortunate loss. That's going to make it much harder to get a full grasp on what your opponent's up to. We do have the strike, and then tank attacks from the road, and the artillery says yum yum. And then Tordread attacks in here, trying to I think, find a way to get to this artillery. This is so far looking really good for Nightmare. Because I think these infantry can kind of get beat up pretty heavily. And this should also give Nightmare a really good inclination that there's no vehicles over here. And so this recon is just going to have a field day. Tordread going very heavily into the strong side, weak side. Well, both of them are, but Nightmare has a recon down here. Ooh. Isn't going to be using this infantry in this fight over here, it looks like. I would... Okay, this is 100% a mistake unless this recon is moving to this tile. There's no reason to go for this capture at the start of the turn. Should definitely look to see if this infantry is going to be used in this fight before anything like that. Like, just having the recon attack first would make sense to me. I'm a little dubious about attacking there because potentially you'd want your tank to attack from there, although it would be in artillery range. Okay. It's a little weird. So the weird thing about this is Nightmare is now pushing the fight down this way, which is getting closer to Tordread's production, but it is staying out of the 2-turn reach, so it's okay. It just can't go pretty much any farther before giving the Tordread an entire turn's reinforcement advantage over you. It does kind of put this artillery in a tough spot, because these units are kind of lined up to try and chase it down. Recon does go in here. This is 100% the correct play. I would probably go in here with a lot of infantry with the recon backup. Like, this guy comes down, kills this guy off, and then I'd have this guy come down, hit this guy. I don't know what I would do with this one. Maybe go in the city. I'd really like these two to swap places. I don't know. Nightmare being very cautious over here. I think that's probably a mistake because this recon is going to be so strong in this infantry fight, but it's fine. Reimer is up by well, I don't know about big time up in army value, because about 11k is what you'd want to be up in to make it an even game. And this is the middle of a brawl, so there's more wiggle room there. And currently up by what, 18k? So like 7k more than you would expect. It does break through here, kills the recon and the tank, and then gets a hit on the artillery, but that is using the anti-air to do so. It has to go on the front lines, which is definitely risky. It's probably worth it to get the artillery shot, but you got to recognize that this anti-air is going to die. So that's why Torture brings his copter up. So you got to replace this anti-air, especially against Eagle. There's a join cap down here. There's the replacement. They're even in money. They're still pretty even in unit value. You have the taking the first strike from the city. Coming over, so not killing off the anti-air. That is okay. I don't like this attack choice from Nightmare. They're both saying, well, we'll use our copters to fight the other copters entirely. There's other ways to go about this turn for sure. Probably attacking from here and here is not great for killing this anti-air because you do attack from or into this artillery range. So instead you can do something like tank strike, anti-air strike from the comm tower. Tank hits the anti-air and then the copter and the tanks come up as reinforcements. This tank probably lives at like 1. But then this anti-air gets hit down by quite a bit, rather than this 8-6 trade and leaving this guy really vulnerable. Ooh. It's a really good kickoff over here for Nightmare, because that was a joined infantry, so that's like a 2-for-1 kill. Okay, well, Tordread's still going to be pushing the fight up here, I imagine, because I mean, this fight's not going great down here. And this is where all of Tordread's units are. In comes the copter. Anti-air does retreat. Takes chip damage there. And this anti-air gets knocked down. That tank is taken out. Artillery moves in. More tanks. We probably see this come down in repair. Maybe back in repair. To help block. The Winter Fury, I mean, this is really kind of gutsy for Tordread to actually be attacking here, because the Winter Fury is still a ways out, and this looks almost doable for an amount of charge that Nightmare can get. Although I think this fight is happening, yeah, it's happening just out of that 2-turn reinforcement range, so it's probably fine. You see a sacrifice. What? You see a sacrifice with no follow-up, so it was just a sacrifice, which I don't like. Wow, what on earth? I thought for sure this copter was going to go in here. I'm going to assume that Nightmare calced this out and was like, I just can't get that 21k charge. Which might be true. Instead just falls back. So the sack on this infantry was to make it so there isn't a 2-turn cap threat on this comm tower. This recon comes over here. It's a nice hit. Yeah, we go back and retreat. There's very nice infantry fights over here for Nightmare. I think Nightmare might have been able to get that, but it might not have been a sure thing or something. Okay, recon coming in for some vengeance. There hasn't been any reinforcing units over here. Oh. Okay, so this is going to start turning against Nightmare because there's no reinforcements. Tordread did get some. Now the city's going to flip. Then Tordread backs off. Oh my gosh. These guys are living on the edge. They're both fighting within range of getting their supers, which is usually going to be very advantageous for Eagle. Because if Olaf attacks and gets the super and pops it, that's like a rough turn for Eagle. If Eagle attacks into Olaf and gets the super, that's just game over for Olaf. When you're having just complete, like, large standing armies. You're gonna see, you're gonna start seeing some more recons coming out for Nightmare, because this is fog, so you do need to gather a lot of information to make sure that you have a well set up lightning strike. Okay, we have a recon here, and we have a recon here. I don't know if... I imagine Nightmare can get enough charge this turn. Like, these two tanks can hit this tank. It really just comes down to whether or not Nightmare tries to check with a recon or not. No Eagle MD. Does see this stuff down here. Like, that's a nice hit to start off a fight. Sees, okay, I think at that point you go for it, because you have you do have copter plus tank hit here, and then another tank hit to hit this anti-air. Okay. I don't think that was necessary. It might have been necessary. I don't think that was necessary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I don't like that attack. I would rather have the two tanks kill off this tank, have this anti-air set up to help kill this anti-air on the super turn. That's also something... I mean, this might be necessary, but this is another thing that you can do later. After you've done the other attacks, you can just keep in mind that you always have anti-air into tank. Don't start with that attack, because that's a really bad attack. That's something you do purely for charge. Yeah. So yeah, I would not do that stuff first. That's definitely not a good call. That was also a weird tank to use. I would... Unless... So the reason I'm saying this is a weird tank to use over this tank is because this one has more opportunities to attacking into the attack, like the death ball. But I guess this one can hit from here, which might be ideal. I guess they can both hit here. Yeah, super did not need to go for this. It's attack, right? You still have like all these other things to do. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna see the Eagle Super. We do have the artillery moving up. This is going to be a very strong super. What you see here is Nightmare builds... Nightmare makes a small mistake here, but that's fine. Builds this unit and this unit, and then has 6k left to go. I assume recon infantry. If that's the case, instead you build a recon here so that you can have it move this turn with your super, and then go infantry following up. It's going to be the same number of units built. You just get a recon a turn and moved a turn further. Okay, we can attack in here. Goodbye recon, goodbye anti-air, goodbye tank, goodbye artillery, and now this recon would love to finish off this artillery, but it doesn't look... Now it is definitely doable, because you can do this recon... Well, I guess this recon can just finish it off. This recon can go here, and then the infantry can kill off this infantry, and then this recon can kill off this. Artillery, which I assume is what we're going to see. It's exactly what we're going to see. Kill off that infantry. Recon kills off the artillery. That's a very strong attack, and this is how... This is kind of the situation where, like Starflash was saying in the chat, it's ideally it's GG after one lightning strike because of how much damage you can do. There are some remnants alive, and of course you are always moving into the reinforcements when you go for attacks like this, but it's still so much damage that decide to go for the triple infantry, that's fine. This is still the same unit count as building a recon. You save 3k in the bank. Yeah, we have the Winter Fury. It does like 30k. How much damage did the Tordread was at 145? Oh my god. Took like over 70,000 in value lost. And then does 30k with the Winter Fury. We'll definitely be able to kill off some of these exposed units. A little bit weird of a copter movement. That's okay. Kill off some tanks. A tank. The anti-air. Infantry have trash damage matrix against anti-airs. Something to keep in mind. Okay, so at the end of that turn, just barely ahead in unit value, which means that Nightmare's like half a turn ahead unit value wise. Although Tordread does have a 2k lead, and the Winter Fury does injure all the infantry, so it's going to make it hard for my Nightmare to go for some of these captures. And now it's where it comes down to like seasoned Eagle players. Because you have to decide, do I keep fighting here, or do I just like pull back and then wait for the next lightning strike to end the game? It looks like Nightmare's pulling back. It's killing off the units that are on the way. I think this anti-air was known about, so it's kind of weird to put the copter there, but that's okay. So yeah, here we go. Kill off the units that are caught behind your army and just kind of back off, and you can just always wait for the next lightning strike and threaten some of these cities. Yeah, that's going to kill off this copter. This copter gets to run up that tank. We're just trying to get as much damage in as possible while chasing the retreating army, which can be dangerous because as you're chasing, you are losing your reinforcement advantage. So it's up to Nightmare again as to whether or not they want to turn and do an attack in. There are quite a few tanks here. The safest thing to do as Eagle is probably to just retreat for one more turn, and if Olaf chases again, then you now have you've now had the opportunity to retreat into reinforcements. You'll have an advantage. Looks like, yeah, Nightmare's just going to retreat and do a front shift down here. I think a transport copter would have been a very nice buy for Nightmare on the when I was saying like you could build a recon. I think building a transport copter probably would have been better because it would have set up. It could like set itself right up here. You build it and then you lightning strike, you get to move it, and then you'd still have enough money for one infantry, and then you'd be on your way to going for some other captures. Well, there we go. Nightmare's like, you know what would be really good? A transfer copter. So anyway, like mines. Okay, so this is just desperation to keep attacking into this. Ooh, is there an actual... The recon can hit the artillery. But that's still at this point, there's no way that Nightmare doesn't turn and fight this. Tordread has been up by 2k income for quite a while here, and is actually in a pretty decent unit value situation, although this is definitely an overextension. And a lot of these units are probably going to go down here. Take out the 3 health, take out the copter, hit the anti-air, yeah. I don't like that attack. I don't know why that went after that tank. If anything, I probably would have finished off the copter. But either that or keep it back, because I do know that there's still an anti-air over here, because they killed my other copter. That's okay. So yeah, that was definitely the turn to do a turn and burn. Am I going to play on the new Advanced Wars? Well, it's not an Advanced Wars by Web open source game, because it's not made by the same team, but I might play on it. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, Tordread is really pushing, like, that was already an overextension, and at this point, I don't know how Tordread doesn't just lose this entire army against Nightmare. It looks like Nightmare's going to get another lightning strike before Winter Fury. Whoa. Unless Nightmare's too scared? Nightmare's too scared? What you got nothing to be scared about. You're eagle with lightning strike. Okay. That is not a good play. I mean, it will be a good play if Tordread attacks again and doesn't get Winter Fury. Okay. Tordread is able to prevent these captures for now. And yeah, I can just kind of front switch away, I guess. Allowed to get back into the game. There was no way that Tordread should have gotten away with that attack. Okay, so down here, Nightmare does get some nice infantry dominance. Somehow doesn't know. There we go. I was gonna say somehow doesn't know where Tordread's army is, despite having. Oh, actually, only down to a single recon. Never mind. Does just front switch this, so Tordread's gonna get this capture. It's gonna be up by 3k. Another anti-air being built. Sure. Okay. Tordread sees the army. Recon, huge recon value. Gets this capture. Doesn't go for the comm tower, which is very understandable. Completely front switching to try and stop the captures down here. I mean, you're up by 3k, so that is going to help. And Nightmare is actually closing in on the unit cap, which is 50 units. And if Nightmare doesn't engage when they get close to 50 units, then the unit count advantage will go away because Tordread can keep building units. Although at 50 units, you would expect Eagle to be in a very nice spot just by being Eagle. Okay. Don't let the lab get captured. No. That was a joke. You do let the lab get captured. Okay, so attacks in to get the Winter Fury. But this isn't going to be a very scary Winter Fury. So this is the kind of Winter Fury I was talking about before, where they do the Winter Fury and then you just don't use your super. Just heal up all the units, yeah. Back up. Very classic. That's a very classic Eagle move. Okay. So Eagle's still ahead in unit count, behind 2K in income. Behind in unit value, which you'll expect after the Winter Fury, but there is now going to be a huge super advantage for Eagle. You have the Olaf Neo tank at this point. So now Nightmare has no fear at all of an Olaf Winter Fury. You can probably build stuff like bombers at this point when you've got so many units. Eagle bombers are really good. Eagle bombers, Eagle anti-airs, they're both really good because they can one-shot stuff. So they come in, they kill one thing, lightning strike to go kill another thing. So it is kind of weird to say, but I think Tordread wants to stall here just to catch up in the unit count. Because, I mean, I don't think Tordread knows that Nightmare quite has 45 units, but should be aware that it's around there, just based on what I imagine the stats are showing right now. Yeah, 7 more deaths on Tordread's side. Okay, Nightmare goes for these captures up here. I like this play. Because huge power advantage, huge amount of unit count. There's no way that Tordread will want to try and attack up into this, but he's going to have to do something to like defend the HQ. Wow. Cuts are attacking in. Do have the Neo tank. A big old copter swarm. There is 3 anti-airs here, and 3 anti-airs will kill every single one of these copters if given the chance. Tordread spam and Neo tanks, which is pretty good. There's actually only a single artillery with this Eagle army. Wow, okay. So Eagle's actually behind in the vehicle count because it's 46 to 39 units, but 10 of those units that Nightmare's ahead in are infantry. It's a little awkward, but that's okay. Down here, again, Nightmare's getting a nice foothold. And we fall back. At this point, Nightmare can kind of do whatever. There we go. There's the bomber. And more infantry. Okay, down goes the... Ooh, the recon lived the hit. We're just getting some pickoffs. I mean, if little skirmishes like this keep happening, Tordread could potentially get another Winter Fury before the lightning strike goes off, which would be very funny. But I don't think that Nightmare would ever let that happen. Yeah, there is definitely some worry that if the stalling waits too long, I would probably stop building infantry at this point. Just because at 49 units, you're going to want to start specializing more into vehicles that can kill stuff. Yeah, so I don't like this attack from Tordread. I don't think there's a reason. Because the thing that Nightmare wants right now is to desperately trade units off, and this just kind of gives Nightmare an excuse to do so. Ooh, we might see... Oh, there's not going to be a lightning strike here. Nightmare's going to probably wait for the bomber to show up and then go like, bomber hits Neo-Tank, bomber hits Neo-Tank. Ooh, we're gonna see a base skip. Could always sacrifice a 1 health infantry to build another thing. Although I think bomber or Neo-Tank would be just a fine turn. Yeah, just bomber. Bomber infantry, sure. We have almost a line completely down the whole map. Okay, down goes a copter. Oh no. Could be that Tordread's thinking that they can, or he can bait Rhymer or / Nightmare into well, I was gonna say trying to bait them into whiffing with a lightning strike, but this is not gonna be a whiff with a lightning strike. This is just gonna be a lightning strike. This is very sus. I mean, this looks very much like the GG turn. Well, the anti-air charged forward, so I assume the Nightmare is thinking the exact same thing. Is it a 2? Oh, it is a 2 comm tower. I didn't even notice. Nightmare just walked over and took the comm tower? That's absolutely brutal. Tank for strike. Tank for strike. This is gonna just kill everything. The casual, almost 50 unit lightning strike. Here comes the bomber, hits the Neo-Tank down to 2. Tank finishes it off. This anti-air is going to kill off 2 copters. The value. Joined, very fancy. Okay, tank recon, sure. A lightning strike. This is gonna kill off almost everything. I think some copters might live. Yeah, but these tanks can live. Ooh, this copter's also gonna live. Hey, Tordread will get the city. Lamb. Recon gets the finish off on the tank. Bomber comes in, hits the Neo-Tank. 4 health tank, the disrespect. This copter lives? All of the anti-airs are going to die. Oh, this one won't. All of the ones that can realistically reach the bomber are going to die. hit the tank. Tordread does get this city. That's a pretty good lightning strike, one could say. Did like 100,000 damage. How much did it do? It almost. It did like 170,000 damage, as one does. From 40 to 21 units, yeah. Now Tordread has Winter Fury. I mean, it did do, was that 30,000? It did 40,000 damage. One, two, three, four, five. Ooh, the bomber can go down here. Oh, there's actually an anti-air down there too. But Tordread just resigns. Does Tordread have to resign then? Probably. I think the unit count alone is just going to be too much to overcome. Can kill the copter. Can kill off. We can hit both of these anti-airs and have this copter kill off this copter. Yeah, I think the unit count is just going to be too much. But would actually have a decent shot at equalizing the unit value for a turn. If he keeps fighting, you stay in brawl. You don't fall back. Well, if we look at what Tordread has here for a turn, anti-air hits the copter. I mean, this thing can try and get this kill, I guess. The tanks have to hit the anti-airs because Tordread's main way of somehow surviving this is that these copters can go unanswered. Which means that these two anti-airs have to die, and then this one, it's very safe, is like the priority hit. You'd have a smack here, probably copter kills copter, anti-air kills copter, and then this copter kills a tank. This all die. Maybe this dies. I don't know what the roll would look like over there. And then you'd have to fall back away from your HQ. So that would be very risky. But at the same time, you do know that everything's been injured, so you do have at least 3 turns to try and save your HQ. These units are very stranded, though. I think it's probably hopeless. But the nice thing about attacking these units down here is that the snow is going to do some stuff to stop a counterattack. I think it's about as hopeless as the last one was. Maybe a little more hopeful, actually. The last one was like this, which also looks very hopeless. Managed to get it to 84. The unit count difference, though, is going to be isn't going to go any better for Tordread. You never knew how good Lightning Strike was until you joined Advanced Wars by Web. It is very good. Probably the best super. Going to the bottom. Eagle's such a scumbag CO. Wow. So yeah, I think that Nightmare played that almost perfectly as Eagle. There was just like maybe there's one turn I think for sure the retreating went a little too far, but for the most part that was pretty much a textbook Eagle game with only like some micro improvements around like the order at which some actions were taken, and probably building the transport copter for the lightning strike turn. Side note, you chose Andy because you didn't know what to choose, but you considered Sami though. Yeah, there was a few of them. There was like, you went for a city capture with an infantry that wasn't in the way before getting vision of the potential targets they could like fight with and stuff like that. That's more like, I do that thing too. I do that too. Usually what's happening there is I'm like looking at the turn, like this is a lot to process. I'll just do some small moves that look obvious right now and I'll make it a little less to process. And then it always comes back to bite me. So here we have CatWithYarn, also known as Shadow in the chat, playing as Andy versus Sami, which is a pretty good matchup for Andy. You need the second lightning strike to be very decisive, and you weren't sure it was on that one turn. That's fair. I could have been misreading it. It looked decisive, just because Tordread had been chasing you so far. So here, Sami's really strong on this map because there's a foot soldier only base here, and it kind of leads straight into this contested area, and her infantry can just completely bully the opposing infantry out. So the only way you're going to beat Sami on this map is by not trying to contest the middle at all, and just going not trying to contest this commentary area at all until some vehicles are on the field, and instead use your early infantry to go for the very safe captures and going towards the middle. The last lightning strike was decisive enough. It was very decisive. And the first one was too. Why are there recons on the water? So there's a concept in map design called semi-fog. And in semi-fog, there's pre-deployed units that are providing vision for key either locations on the map or for like checking your opponent's production. So in this case, it's to balance this out. So this is a one base all alone against airport and double base, one of the bases being foot soldier only. So it's really outnumbered. There is an airport over here in the center that can eventually help it out. So to help with the defense here, we have a recon sitting in the water that's checking all of this production, so you always know what you're fighting on this side, is the concept there. So yeah, that's why there's a recon in the water. You can kill this off using an artillery, you can kill it off using a copter. It's just most fog light or semi-fog maps, I really don't like the pre-deployed vision, but I like it in this case because it has a nice trade-off. It's helping with the defense, where oftentimes it's kind of used in a way that can help with the offense. And in that case, I think it's really bad. But if you're aiding in the defense of like a in trouble base, then that makes a lot of sense to me. Okay. So if you want to win this matchup, on this map, where Sami's going to have a really nice advantage just by having really strong infantry fighting in this contested area. Like I was saying, you'd like go for these captures, and you would break this pipe seam really fast so you can have vehicles come out and fight in the middle quickly. And then you would not ever send infantry to fight here, because this is a lone base. It's always going to be infantry starved, and this is a base just constantly building infantry. So if you ever are in a case where you're trying to trade infantry to infantry here, you're going to lose as soon as this base does anything to overwhelm you. So instead, you would go for these captures, you go for this capture, you get this airport online really quickly, you can go for these back captures, and you just say, whatever, you can have the comm tower and this city for now. I can always take these ones later on. Really early comm towers don't do anything because there's nothing fighting yet. And comm towers do not give any income. However, this does look like the kind of thing you'd want to heavily contest. So yeah, there we go. This happened a lot on the tournament, but this is very, very good for Sami because Sami has really strong infantry. And when Sami infantry get injured, they can still capture things just as fast. Looks like in this case, for the Sami player, if you're trying to go for a capture like this, and you don't know if it's visible or not, you can always step on this mountain, because from this mountain, you can reach this property, and this property, and that's totally fine. So you can give yourself vision. And what happened here, because we see this infantry stepping onto here, what happened there is this infantry tried to go onto this comm tower, and it got trapped. And traps are not stored on the action viewer all the time. So you can see here, it got teleported down here because it moved down here, it got trapped by that infantry. So now CatWithYarn does have this comm tower really early, and is going for this comm tower. This is a little bit safer to go for because it's an infantry only base, and you'd love to trade out even against Sami. I still wouldn't do so. I would go for the money first, because that's where Andy's going to start overcoming Sami. It's just when the vehicles start fighting. And the other reason why you don't rush the comm towers I mentioned before is that there's not many conflicts happening for your extra firepower to matter, and comm towers do not give you any money. So in this case, it's going to cost CatWithYarn a unit. This Sami infantry getting knocked down to 9 doesn't actually slow down any of the captures. Another infantry got trapped over here. So I would say for DeleuzianX, definitely got to work on some of the placements. You can see here, CatWithYarn did very nice movement, stepping onto these mountains to give vision. But yeah, this is kind of lining up to exactly what Sami would like over here. Although the fighting over here will probably benefit CatWithYarn if it continues in the same way. Okay, so if we look at this situation, you can see that Sami doesn't have either of these cities. So this fighting over here can, even though Sami has like stronger infantry, this can still benefit CatWithYarn quite a bit, because there'll just be no money coming in for Sami, and then this base can come online and start building vehicles and just take this single base away. You never attack like this against Sami. For one, it's the one base against the foot soldier only base, and the other thing is you hit here, you get a 6-for-6 trade, which is pretty bad because you're attacking, you get equal, and it doesn't actually stop Sami from taking the comm tower. So that's just the kind of situation where you just don't attack. You can move into the forest if you want, and then send this guy go to get this capture. You could move back here to like move here, go for this capture or something. You just have to not fight, which is of course a really hard thing to do. And then the other thing here is you wouldn't want to start building mechs. If you want to defend against this lone foot soldier base, you should probably build like a recon or a tank. And he's going to benefit once the vehicles come out in comparison to infantry fights. Yeah. So Sami's going to get both of these comm towers. That was pretty much inevitable, but it's not that great for Sami because neither of these cities have been captured. Like this airport's not captured. That airport's not captured for CatWithYarn either, which is unfortunate. And again, it's even if the attacks are looking good for you, it's going to be bad because you'll be trading out semi-evenly. Like this is looking semi-even between these two bases, but there's this other base that's very soon going to join the fight and just completely overwhelm the one base. Okay, Recon's a good buy. Andy does have nice mechs because mechs often can live hits with about 5 health, especially from infantry, and then just get healed up by the super. We lived at 1, perfect. So I would say that Sami's making a mistake on this one base side for sure, although there is still this infantry getting some captures in the back, which is really good. The only thing I would change about this movement is to go for this airport instead. Nice repair of the mech. Beat up a bunch of infantry. Probably should kill the 3 health over the 1 health, but it's not that big of a deal. Okay, I do like that this is going back for some captures. I don't like that move at all. Please do not wait the infantry with really strong tiles to be attacked from. Okay, I like the recon harassment. And artillery would also be really good, especially when you're trying to, if you're ever trying to take a base, you do need to have some artillery with you so you can lock down those heavy buys. Okay. These cities are still not captured for Sami. Again, really okay. I like this. It's definitely just give up on this fight unless you want to start bringing in some vehicles to win it for you. X strikes. Looks like we're gonna go for that comm tower, and you can see even Sami cannot effectively hold this area. All it took was like a single unit coming from over here. Yeah, now you can see the one base is crumbling, and this is another, due to being Sami, this is another capture you just can't prevent. You just gotta accept that it's gone. If you had some vehicles, you could do it, but foot soldiers can't. Like this will just won't quite work. It the faster capture rate is just too strong, but the recon over here is really nice, and then this recon coming in and hitting here with this infantry follow-up would be nice. Every time you can kill off a Sami infantry, you'd be really happy. And then his infantry ended up going for this attack instead, which isn't like it's bad, but you'd prefer to use another infantry to do that. Although it looks like we're going to join cap that. Let's try and guarantee the comm tower. And more mech production. For the one base really can't rely on trying to defend itself with foot soldiers because it will just get overwhelmed unit count wise. So you do have to go for a bigger tech up. Down goes the, oh, didn't even kill the mech, just captures in front of it. At this point, this base is falling and Sami is now getting ahead in the income. And there we go. So this is the kind of thing you have to do. You have to buy expensive units to try and hold a one base. Sami really should not have attacked in here. This is just going to, it'll delay the comm tower capture by like a turn, maybe more if this one follows up as well, but it's going to cost Sami all of the infantry on this front. Definitely attack with the recon first to preserve infantry health for the captures. Another mech. It's gonna be tough because Sami can take the base if it's just mech defending. Back in first strike down here. Sami has a lot of extra damage just due to being Sami. Here comes the Neo Tank. If you're struggling and to like build a Neo Tank here, what you do is you just kind of block that with a 1 health infantry, for instance, and then go for the captures, and you start building artillery. Because the artillery, very cheap, and they'll do very cost-effective damage against the Neo Tank. The 1 health infantry finish the capture, that's fine. Block with the 5 health mech if you want. You just don't want the Neo Tank to get out of this choke point, basically. Because once the Neo Tank is free to roam, then okay. Great idea, you just don't attack. You just move here. You just block the way. Yeah, like that. Okay. Another thing, of course, you can do to take care of Neo Tanks is to get air. So this one base is in trouble. Ooh, Sami's getting this airport. Luckily, Shadow is going to be able to prevent that for now. Does have enough money to get a medium tank over here. The straight up Neo Tank spam coming out. There we go, very nice. Tank comes in, try and save the airport. The mechs, okay, not a medium tank. Not quite sure why the mech just stood there. Okay, we're floating a lot of cash. Yeah, if you see like the Neo Tanks coming out, you do need to start building some like artillery, or save up your own Neo Tanks. Anti Neo Tanks will be a pain for Sami Neo Tanks to deal with, just because of the firepower reduction that Sami gets on vehicles. Looks like this Neo Tank is breaking down this pipe seam. Very nice. We have the hyper upgrade to heal a lot of this mech health. There's like 10,000 heals ish, and that's primarily all mech health, so that's a lot of mechs being healed, and also this tank. Down goes that tank, and then strikes over here. Zoom. Assume. Oh. Okay. This is another case of needing to double strike if you're going to attack the capping infantry. You have to pretty much kill it off. You have to knock it down to 3 or less. It's a great spot for the recon if it doesn't get taken out. Sami still breaks in here. We do have the first vehicle bot on this side, which I like a lot. Sami does get that airport. This infantry is here to potentially take it back, though, so it's not so bad. Again, you really don't want to have your foot soldiers fighting the foot soldiers up here. There we go, take the airport. Looking pretty good. Some nice mech value. We do have the artillery coming out here, so definitely fall back towards the artillery. It's going to need a lot of blockers because it is multiple Neo Tanks it has to ward against. More artillery looking good. We're gonna have to build something a little sturdy over here. Anti-air is pretty good. Nice response to the copter. Sami only has a single infantry over here, so the victory march isn't super scary on this side. And over here, they don't actually have any good targets. So if the game keeps going, Andy will probably come out on top. Just because it's starting to transition into a very vehicle-heavy game, where Andy's going to have a nice advantage. Yeah. So that was not a great victory march. That's the kind of time that you would save the victory march and try and get your infantry into more advantageous positions. So that was a really good turn for CatWithYarn. Only lost a single city. It's starting to get these backward captures and a lot of these nice tank strikes. And this anti-air can come over and kill off infantry. Looking pretty good. Trying to block the way for this artillery to have a nice spot. Okay, it looks very breakthroughable to me, but we will see. Recon kills off the that infantry. Very nice. Every time you can kill off a Sami infantry, you're happy. We'll see how Sami deals with this. Okay, so there was a strike on that tank. So this anti-air is covering the tank, but Sami can put infantry in the way to block it. We'll see if that's what happens. Okay, so almost. The only problem here for Sami is it doesn't completely block it off. This anti-air can actually hit from here, and then these tanks can come in and save this city. Okay, we do break through and hit the artillery. This is very unfortunate. Triple Neo-Tank over here. CatWithYarn has enough money to buy a bomber, which I assume is what we're about to see come out. Does save this capture. Kill off this infantry, looking nice. You can see as soon as the vehicles come into the equation, everything looks a lot better for Andy. Bomber, okay. So the really nice thing about this bomber for Andy here is that Sami anti-airs are not going to get anywhere close to one-shotting bombers. Looks like Sami's going to go for its comm tower capture. Fine. All these foot soldiers are going to get, I assume, are going to get cleaned out by these Andy units, which is really, really good for Shadow. Again, if this is kind of the problem that Sami runs into, is once Sami runs out of foot soldiers, her powers do nothing but +10/+10. She's kind of just a negative power CO. She just has the weaker day-to-day. And this could come up and kill the tank. Killing off the recon, I can understand that. And as the game progresses, the less infantry you want to buy, because you're often fighting against vehicles, so you want to build vehicles to fight those. So Sami kind of gets weaker as the game goes on because of that. I like it. CatWithYarn almost has another Andy super. Up 10 units. Sami does have these Neo-Tanks. These Neo-Tanks don't have any support right now, so they don't see anything. Are they going to attack the black boat? Ooh. That's very scary, because the one thing that Sami can do at pretty much any stage is Victory March, take the HQ. So this is going to force a response out of CatWithYarn. It's kind of funny though, because yeah, I was gonna say it is kind of funny, but Andy can heal up the black boat. This Neotank did not respect the fact that there is a bomber on the way. Although it could also be a play to try and get charge for a Victory March. And we do have the fighter built, which is very good. Cap. And you're going to have to put something on this because the Victory March will always threaten it. Nice. Probably had to go tank, that's fine. Wow. Sami double base skipped for this fighter. Well, now things are looking really good over here for Andy. Getting in the way with that infantry. Gonna bring the artillery over, I assume. Oh, block the city, or the comm tower. Very nice. Probably need to bring some more things over here though, to keep this HQ nice and safe. So those are really nice. Andy super. In comes the fighter. Andy has really strong fighters too, because fighters are really hard to kill off. So I assume this is going to provoke CatWithYarn to get us a fighter of their own. Oh my gosh. Look at that Sami damage. 9 health Neotank unable to kill anti-air on the road. This infantry really should not have attacked. Okay, so there's all of DeleuzianX's hopes and dreams are right here in this infantry. If this infantry dies, then there's nothing that can capture this HQ. Sami's actually down to 4 infantry and a mech. The infantry is spotted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's no way to kill it off. So instead what you have to do is bomber comes in, kills off a Neotank, and then you just place units around the black boat. So there's not enough angles of attack. Like this guy should move over here to stop this copter from wrapping around. Although I don't think Neotank plus copter will kill this with just comm tower and Victory March. Down goes this tank. Is that infantry? You have the Victory March here. Does kill off the mech. Hits the kills the bomber. So here Andy could even use the normal power here to heal up the black boat again. We have a Sami bomber. This infantry is standing on the road. No. If it dies, it's all the hopes and dreams. Okay, base cleared. The recon can go stand on it. Copter strike. Finish off in the anti-air. Yeah, anti-air comes up and kills the infantry for sure. Hopes and dreams absolutely shattered. And at this point, oh yeah, there we go. I was gonna say at this point you build a fighter as Andy. Because Sami's fighter can never one-shot your fighter. It can never first strike your fighter. Because it gives so much charge when fighters fight. That what happens is this like knocks this, especially it's a Sami fighter. So the Sami fighter knocks your fighter down to like 6. And then you just pop the super and almost one-shot on the retaliation. In comes the bomber. It does. So it's very important to kill off. To have killed off the infantry there. And yeah, Sami resigns because all the hopes and dreams went away with that one infantry death. So GG. We definitely got to see how the gameplay really favors Sami when there's fighting here with the foot soldier base. But as soon as the game transitions into vehicles, Sami just crumbles. Even when Sami has like triple Neo tank. GG. Andy super very good. And we got to see some nice Andy mechs get used too. Even if there was maybe a few too many. But GG. I felt like CatWithYarn's play improved as the game went on. It was very sketchy at the start, and then some of the more late game decisions were looking a lot better. GG. Realized you were losing and had to pull back on the one base. It was a very good decision. Alright, speaking of the Fog on-site tournament. This is round 2. We just saw round 1's map. We've got Tigris versus Sturm, playing as Hawke versus MontySigurdson playing as Sturm. Monty's a pretty good player. I feel like Tigris is a stronger player than Monty, so you think he wins? Tigris is definitely a good player. You don't think Monty ever plays Standard? I know for sure Monty plays Standard because we played in Standard. I don't know if Monty plays Fog. I think they do. I think I have a game against them on Stolen Seconds when I was like early on starting out, but I might be thinking of someone else. I might be thinking of the oh my god. It's like Bad Player or something is their name. Oh. Only Standard games? Okay, then I must not be thinking of Monty. Okay. So this map, Sturm has some nice advantages, being able to ignore the terrain. So, like, recon openers are, of course, going to be very, very strong. There is some HQ rushes that you can do because these HQs are not protected by a black boat that Sturm has available. And Sturm also doesn't have to destroy these pipe seams, so that's an investment that Sturm does not have to make. And then there's a bunch of contested comm towers here, spread all the way across the map. It's also a very wide map. So that gives Sturm recon plays a lot of opportunities to strike where units might not be covered. So in general, I would give Sturm the advantage in this matchup. When you attack a pipe seam, you also don't move in the replay viewer because pipe seams are not units. If Hawke can survive the kind of early aggression that Sturm brings to the table, then Hawke can kind of win on having the better super. Okay. Here comes the Sturm recon. I would usually build it from the 2 base side to give my 1 base side more infantry production. It looks like Tigris is going for the early recon, probably to try and stop any potential Sturm HQ cheese. Voice heard it as Tigris, like the female tiger. I can do Tigris if you'd like. Ooh, we have a base. Okay. This is a very early base skip. Awful in fog, usually. Absolutely awful. The in standard, you can kind of do stuff like this because you don't have a defender's advantage like you have in fog. The maps are smaller. There's a lot of like immediate pressure just on buys. Anti-cheese opener. I think having the recon just sitting on the HQ is enough to stop any such cheese. The but if you are going to base skip here, you base skip from this base. You do not base skip from your one base side. The one base side is going to be really starved for infantry. And especially against Sturm, I would 100% expect these guys to be getting hit by recons. In this case, that's not what happened. Monty is not going for like a classic Sturm aggression opener, which would have like 3 recons attacking right now. And stopping all of these captures. Oh, not this one. So the reason... So as Sturm, you can delay building tanks a really long time, unless you see an enemy recon. Might have moved through the vision range, I'm not sure. Instead, you just build a ton of recons, and you go with the best defense is a good offense, because your opponent can't really afford to harass you when your recons reach them much faster and can shut down their capture phase so quickly. In this case, Tigris is actually getting the first strike. Which is very unusual, but there isn't actually anything over here yet to defend against that. You have the tank built now. And Monty can bluff that there's a tank to protect this, so could just sit here and keep capping if he wanted to. early recons from Hawke here. Coming down and hitting this recon, sure. You can see how nice and healthy Sturm recons are. So even at 3 health, you just retreat with this. They can't chase you because you move 8. And you can go find yourself a nice forest and provide vision for the rest of the game. Okay, we have the artillery. This is probably being built to break this pipe seam or this one, so that these bases can move out into the center without having to go through multiple forests. Slows everything down so much. For Sturm, you should really take full advantage of your recon's movement. So you can run up here and hit this infantry if you want. You can run all the way up here and do stuff if you want. Your recons probably won't die because... Surprised that this is just being allowed. Got trapped. Well, the tank can hit this. Oh, that's fine. Yeah. So, yeah, in the in the comm tower situation on this map, Hawke needs a lot of comm towers to make it super matter against Sturm. But every comm tower that Sturm captures is a huge deal. Because while Hawke is like changing from 110% to 120%, Sturm changes from 80% to 90% to 100%, and like very quickly is unlocking more and more potential attacks that work in comparison to before. Where like Hawke won't be able to kill a Sturm tank on a city until like 100, I don't even know, like 150% attack or something with double tank strings. Okay. Blocking off the comm tower, sure. The first strike does 3 damage, only takes 2. Even though Hawke has extra firepower, this defense is such a strong stat. And on the missile platform, it had 50% defense bonus. So as Sturm on this map, you're going to try and control every single comm tower. But usually you try and kind of establish that early on with the very aggressive recon opener and kind of making sure your opponent has to be a little more subdued. It's not like you have to rush the comm towers. It's just kind of going to be your goal, is to secure as many as possible. And if you get all 4, then you become Advanced Wars 2 Sturm and have 120 stats. The legend. Sneaking through to get this one. And if Sturm has 120 stats, then Hawke is in a world of hurt, because that means that Sturm can do 2-hit KOs on cities. That'll just kill off all of Hawke's units, and Hawke won't be able to have much around for those powers. Watch the vision in that previous move. That is something that will happen a lot in Fog. Okay, so we have a hit over here. See if there's a follow-up hit from a tank. Looks like a lot of stuff is moving down here to try and maintain control of this comm tower, which makes sense. No follow-up hit. Ooh. Well, that does mean that if Monty really wants, Monty can probably take this with a join cap and then blocking with the tanks. I don't think Monty will do that, because I don't think he'll be able to hold it. Monty will be able to take it, but not hold it. The classic conundrum for all players. A strike here. Just moving over here, get a nice tank attack. Making sure to go for this comm tower. Looks like we're not going to join cap it. Oh, we are going to join cap it. That's probably, if you're going to join cap it, you're probably going all in to block off sides. I guess it wouldn't really work though, because there isn't an anti-air here. Yeah, you'd have to block off 3 sides. That's just not happening. Tigris is able to defend the comm tower. Goes for the 7/7 trade here. Sturm does have a nice mountain to retreat to, which is really annoying to deal with, because the only way for a non-infantry unit to hit is from the comm tower, which then blocks off the capture opportunity of the comm tower. Copter being built. I just realized that the artillery did not... It broke this pipe seam, but not this one. So yeah, this is a nice one, because it lets like this base and this base go down this way without having to go through double forest. Adds a lot of reach. We lose a 1. Still gives a lot of vision. There's nothing to follow it up though. So Monty can get this capture and then this property probably. We'll see how Monty's manages to hold on over here if at all. So here attacking in is probably not a great move. The cues you got to pick up on when you're playing Fog is like, where is my opponent's army? So you can tell that when it attacks you, when you see it, and you can also tell where it's not, and you can be like, well, it's really not over here, so it's got to be over here. I know there's infantry over here, I know there's some vehicles here, so they must just be in this area. It's not like my opponent hasn't been building vehicles. They've got to be somewhere. I know where they're not. They got to be in the the other places. Okay. Nice artillery strike, and then recon was actually enough to interrupt that. Nice. You don't want to start capping this with a 6 health infantry usually, because that's just giving... I mean, in this case it doesn't matter because Monty already knew about the presence of these infantry, but usually you want to wait till you have a more effective capture and use this guy for either like scouting vision or something. Maybe checking like this forest, or just pulling back and healing him or something like that. You just have this guy capture next turn. They'll both be faster and it gives less warning to your opponent that stuff's happening. Ooh, no follow-up hit here. Just very content in knocking this down to 6. Okay. You have the double comm tower on Sturm. It's a very happy Sturm. Everything is fighting at 100% firepower. Look at that damage. Just look at it. So, something I've noticed from Monty here is that there hasn't been that many units that are benefiting from a perfect movement. So far, it's just been a few recons and then nothing but these normal tanks. I mean, they do benefit moving through these forests, but usually, especially against like Hawke, you're gonna need more than just normal tanks. So you can either go like rockets and missiles and medium tanks and neo tanks. You really want to go for those high damage units that don't care so much about getting a little bit minus their firepower. Mega tanks being the super end game unit that you would go for, that doesn't care at all that there's -2 firepower. It will still one-shot stuff. And you can see Sturm being Sturm. 5 health tank, survives at 1. And the reason why that's so effective for Sturm is that unlike terrain tiles, that like this has 3 terrain stars, and for every terrain star you get plus 10% defense, but it actually scales with your health. So if you're a 5 health unit, you're only getting 50% of the defense from your terrain stars. But when it comes to power defense, that's always applied at full value. So even at 5 health, this has that plus 20% defense from Sturm, which makes it like even better. So if we look at this full health tank on this city, it's got plus 30% defense, and Sturm's full health tank on the city has plus 50% defense, so almost double. But if this was a 5 health tank, it would be at 15% defense. But this previously 5 health Sturm tank is actually at 35% defense, more than double. So as the unit's health goes down, the impact of that plus 20% defense gets felt more and more, which is why this tank lives so easily. Okay, now this comm tower does get captured here. I think this copter probably tried to run in. He got trapped on the infantry on the mountain, so very nice play there to block it off. this capture's happening. We have the anti-air moving on up here, right in range of this recon, which then proceeds to be taken out. We have the meteor strike. Hits a medium tank on build. That's basically the dream for Hawke there. That meteor strike is not going to do much. So usually for the, what I would recommend for Sturm's meteor strikes is just assume that your opponent's going to have a magnet for it, and it's just never going to land in a very effective spot. So you're just going to wait to use it till you have a really good turn for your power to get some work done. Or not the power, the extra stats. So in this case, it's going to work out pretty nicely because it made that have to be a 3-hit KO. Actually survives the double attack on the planes. That's just how good that extra defense is. You had lots of practice making magnets against Malleus. That's true. In your Von Bolt mirror. Now, it is important to note that magnets for Sturm and magnets for Von Bolt are going to be different. Because in the Von Bolt mirror, for Von Bolt, he only cares about the damage he deals. So if a unit's at 4 health and can take all 3 of that damage, then it works just as effectively as a full health unit. But for Sturm, he actually cares about the value of the units. So a 4 health unit does not magnet as well as a full health one against Sturm. So you need to be careful about that. Although you can just use the missile planner, or not the missile planner, the move planner, or as Tordread calls it, the missile planner, to do those kind of calculations for you. But it is very important to keep in mind, because if you make a magnet that can be hit, like it's a magnet in that respect, but if it can be hit by Sturm, then every one of those hits will make it less effective. Where that's just not true for Von Bolt. Von Bolt's like, well, it's fine if you hit me and I'm still at 4. I'm still just as effective as a magnet. Also, because Sturm's meteor does self-damage, if Sturm's units move into range of where the meteor was going to land, the meteor might land somewhere else because it doesn't want to do self-damage. It calculates the negative damage against that targeting area. It can also only target on a specific unit instead of a spot. So while Von Bolt can't, because Von Bolt's super in Advanced Wars by Web does not do friendly fire, it will not be retargeted by units moving around. And yeah, the meteor does have to center on a unit rather than on any tile. A whole bunch of little intricacies to keep in mind for that kind of thing. But the move planner will do all of those calculations for you, so you can always use it instead. Start attacking on in here. I assume I'm going to hit this anti-air. Open up the pressure to go and retake these this comm tower, and this comm tower looks like. Copter gets taken out. You're going to have a Hawke super, which is going to do a lot of good here. No worries, Habits. If your game comes up, I will not cover it this stream. The Black Storm from Tigris. So this is where you can see that Hawke has way better active powers. So that did like 40,000? Did like 40,000 damage and healed 10,000 in value. Where Sturm's power effectively did nothing. Other than the stats. Well, when you're building magnets, you usually have all the information you need. Assuming it's not like on the front lines. Okay. Very strong attack in here. Tigris kills off the recon. Strike, strike, strike. Everything got injured on Sturm's side. Everything gets healed and buffed on Hawke's side. This is looking like it's going to quickly just be a stomp. Sturm is up 5k in income for now. These artillery are going to just have a field day. Back over here. I do like all the healing up. In Fog, unit count's a really big deal. So we have a meteor strike. It's going to hit over here, I assume. Oh no, we still have this medium tank over here. So very good use of magnets. Magnets, how do they work? They work very effectively. Yeah, and then it looks like this is just going to be cleaned up. Might be a little misplay to shoot the anti-air with this artillery. It could have shot this tank and then this one shoots the anti-air, but it's not a huge deal. Or you could just kill off the anti-air, I guess. At this point, I don't think there's a way for Sturm to make it back into the game. The Hawke power was just too much. Sturm wasn't quite far enough ahead to make up for it. You kind of break through here, but this is happening in the medium tank and range and everything. Sturm is down by 11 units, desperately trying to get back these comm towers, but now Hawke has 3 comm towers and Sturm only has the 1, and this one's being threatened too. Very good to fall back here with injured units, especially as Hawke, where you get to actually heal units up. Much like Andy, it's not quite as effective in that regard. Reason to overextend, looking very good. Almost double the unit value. And a charge advantage. That's the kind of attack you don't really like to make against Hawke. Oh my gosh. All these units barely living. It's Sturm's nightmare. Oh my, another one. Yeah, this is looking very GG at this point. Probably wouldn't Black Wave, because Black Storm is just better value, of course. Unless you're really seeing some very good attacks because of it, but I think you had plenty of good attacks without it. That's double the unit count. Does kill off the copter. Never give up that. I was about to say never give up hope, and then Monty resigned. So yeah, in the matchup, Sturm has to get a lot done before those Hawke powers come into play. You can see just it was kind of even, and then the Hawke power goes off, and Sturm's very sad. Where there's Hawke, there's hope. What is that thing made of? I know. GG. But yeah, Sturm is not banned in Fog and not banned in Haiphong. So if you ever want to try playing with Sturm, he's super fun. You can try out those modes. He's just banned in Standard. For good reason. Like, if you think his recon harassment's really strong in Fog and Haiphong, it's basically unbeatable in Standard. Okay, this is Tiaemon versus Subbie-Eye. There it is. Olaf versus Olaf. Oh, this is an old map. Or no, it's not. It's not the map I was thinking of. It's still somewhat old. Is Hawke getting banned in high funds now? I did. I reviewed my Sami vs. Kindle game last stream. It'll be the second game reviewed on that stream. Face to the left bit. Yeah, Sturm is tier 3 or tier 2 in high funds. Probably tier 2. He's the same tier as Sensei. No, he's a tier below Sensei. Sensei's tier 1. Sturm is tier. It's the same tier as Von Bolt. Yeah, Sturm has a hard time against high funds, Andy. Gotta remember, Sturm's power is really bad. His day-to-day is really good. Okay. So this map has a highly contested area, which is these two cities. And you'll note that there's actually forests that both players can have artillery sitting in to cover both of these cities, but not each other. So you can kind of have a little stare off over here. I had a transport copter opening on this map against, I think it was Raizo. That was pretty effective. You can also have some recon harassment that hits up here, because you can see that vehicles from these two bases, because this is a base light map, have a pretty annoying reinforcement route to actually protect up here. So very fast recons can get some stuff done. The comm towers are somewhat contestable, just not very much early on, because this base does cover it in just 2 turns. Looks like we're going tank first for both players. So that will help against a recon harassment, but it's not going to help in necessarily setting up for a very effective mid game. For that, you'd want to have some nice early artillery that you then follow up with tanks. You can see this tank. This is kind of why you don't, unless you're doing something with your tank, you sometimes just delay it for more infantry. This tank did nothing. It last turn went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then just spent a whole turn moving 2 tiles. So that's why you can kind of get away with the Lang stuff. Even here, it's kind of shown up a day early, still doesn't have anything you can really do. And if it's an artillery in this spot, it's really happy, because it's actually denying these really contested properties. And then you can often see like these infantry are coming down here to potentially fight here, but this player does have an advantage, faster, usually faster vehicles coming down here to tip the scales out of any infantry fight. Okay. This is Tiaemon going for the highly contested property. Got trapped with this infantry. Very dangerous to move forward with an infantry like that. Ooh, moves back with these vehicles. This is really bad, because this is one of the 2 flashpoint fight areas. And these guys are not actually covering it anymore. You have an infantry first strike over here. So I've kind of come to the terms with thinking that attacking over here is just bad on this map. Subbie does. Subbie should attack here. When there's no backup. If there was like an artillery here or here, it would make a lot more sense to attack. Should probably still attack because of just how contested these cities are, and you just can't let your opponent get it. Because it will mean potentially a very long-term economic lead. And also, it will always give them a nice, when the fighting happens around the middle, it will always give them a nice attacking spot where they both get the defense and also the potential repairs. Does get the 30% chance to kill there. Well, it's a little bit less, or a little bit better because there was a tiny bit of chance. And there was a follow-up infantry to get it to. Does get the tank kill. You can see the brawl is kind of starting. This anti-air is going to kill the copter. This copter will hit this tank. Then this copter will hit that copter. And then this tank will hit that anti-air. It's just going to be a whole thing. It looks a little bit better for Subbie right now because there was a late APC buy from Tiaemon that's going to hurt the reinforcements here. Which means that Subbie might be able to take this central city. A very big deal. We actually got to see a trap get animated there. I'm not quite sure what determines that. I do like the mechs on this map, but I wouldn't do it with an APC. I would use a transport copter because you're already so base starved, and they cost the same. School's no longer beating you into nothing. That's good to hear. Yeah, we got our nice copter versus tank versus anti-air, and then this copter was very smart to attack over here, so we don't even have the copter with this copter. This copter's coming up here to help defend over this this front. Usually, you don't want to put your copter in a forest in Fog of War because that reveals that there's nothing. Like forests are not, or copters are not hidden in forests. And that gives your opponent information about the units in the area. Like if your copter is next to the forest, there could be something in the forest. But if your copter is in the forest, they know there's there's less units there. Yeah, and the transport copter is also a lot better on this map due to the terrain. I'm not quite sure why that infantry was moving up there. Might have been just dreaming a dream of getting a nice scouting position. Wow. Very aggressive movements here with the infantry. You usually don't want to do stuff like this unless you have some really solid vehicle backup. An artillery behind this would be really good for this kind of thing, although in this case there's not enough defenses for an artillery. But this is base light, and very quickly it's going to transition into having to just constantly build vehicles from these two bases. So every single infantry that goes down could be potentially a permanent loss of infantry count. It's a very weird choice from Subbie to attack this copter instead of this one. You don't want to attack the units that are closer to your opponent's production. Might have been a case where Subbie thought that this copter could hit this copter, though. That would make a lot more sense. Does get a nice first strike down here. Sneaking a copter along to disrupt these infantry fights. Quite sure what city is Tiaemon missing. Oh, this one. Okay. I was like, how are they having equal economy when Tiaemon has this one? Because Subbie has denied this one so far. Again, probably don't want to fight here unless you have some good backup. Okay. Very good job for Tiaemon to kill off those kind of overextended Subbie units without overextending as well. And now the anti-air's healing up. And yeah, you're going to expect to see a lot of copters on all base light maps because, I mean, you only got 2 bases to build from. So I would, as Tiaemon, I wouldn't build this tank. I'd go anti-air, I'd go copter, anti-air, anti-air. I don't know why Tiaemon has 7k floating. I'm also not sure why Subbie is attacking in with this tank. Might be just trying to make it to the Winter Fury first, because first Winter Fury and the Olaf mirror does matter a lot. And it looks like it's going to fall to Tiaemon this time. Copter strike. Maybe not. How close is Tiaemon? Just needs 900. Oh, there we go. Winter Fury. Winter Fury now. And then you just killed this. Not sure why the Winter Fury was at the end, but it would have potentially killed this infantry, would have killed this one off. It's still the first Winter Fury, though, and that's very good. 14k floating, so we'll see what Tiaemon has in my store here. This might just be a case of trying to dodge the 2 damage repair costs, and it's really not worth dodging because you weaken your like this is a turn of reinforcements. That's just going to be 2 infantry and a transport copter. And that's going to hurt a lot more than a tiny bit of repairs. To any ongoing fight. Huge attacks in here. Medium tank is going to get some nice value. Subbie's winning on the sides very convincingly. Threatened to take this harbor, which only matters because the harbor makes income. And yeah, it's true, and that is true. If you kill off this unit, if you kill off this unit, you do deny vision, which is a big deal because then they have to use a whole nother unit, which is often going to have much more health and be effective in fighting. To not quite sure what's going on over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, this tank just can't reach. Well, this tank can reach. It can just go around and save the harbor. So I'm not sure why Tiaemon is letting this harbor fall. There we go. Anti-air tank. There we go. Spending that cash. The times when you I think this might have been just a little mistake on Tiaemon's part with having the mech occupy the only tile that the medium tank could strike this tank from. It's okay to float your money in Fog of War when there isn't like an ongoing brawl going on. If you float your money and there's tons of ongoing fights, you're just going to hurt your reinforcements a little too much. And it'll end up costing you. Very nice attack in here with this copter. Which is off this tank. Infantry count for Subbie's down to 12 against 8 and 2 mechs. So they're not quite out of infantry yet. These guys didn't move, which is really weird. They should definitely go and repair. You want full health infantry, of course, for captures. I'm not sure why this medium tank is being quite so coy. It's hurting the fighting a lot because this is 16k investment that could have like gone in and beat up some tanks, but instead it's hiding. It is going to get a nice tank shot here. Anti-air sadly doesn't quite cover this up here. Subbie is up 2k in income. Still hasn't managed to get this city. That's just how contested these cities are. Infantry didn't move. This one did though. There we go. Nice hit on that tank. Copters. Can beat up a 3 health copter. Looks good. Got the tank. Very nice. It's built up a very solid position here. Tiaemon just needs to make sure to get some captures. Solid hit on the anti-air. No way to break through as far as I can see though. Reveal tank. Okay. So that's always dangerous to have just a copter strike on the medium tank. It kind of takes 2 copter strikes to make the medium tank not happy. I mean, 7 health does miss out on like some 1-hit KOs on anti-airs and stuff. The bomber buy. But if you like hit a medium tank with your copter, and then you lose your entire copter for 3 points off of a medium tank, you're going to be very sad. That is not a good trade. He was trying to go for that comm tower. Tiaemon's having none of it. There's a lot of very valuable hits for Tiaemon there. But still behind an economy, and Subbie is going to also get this city. Big deal. You like the continual anti-air production. This one is probably taken out. I would probably lean to double anti-air. It is base light after all. With quite a bit of money. Anti-air gets taken out. Here comes the bomber. So the bad thing about building a bomber to deal with a medium tank is that if the bomber runs up, kills the medium tank, and then your opponent Winter Furies and kills your bomber with an anti-air, you just did a net negative 6,000 trade value, which is really bad. I would attack with the furthest back tanks because they have the least number of potential targets. Victory here. Blam. Ooh. Oh, not quite able to stop the cap. Perfectly going to get it. Sure, you can attack there if you want. It's kind of baiting a response. It's going to get taken out though. I mean, your opponent's going to win your Fury down to 2 health. Ooh, I like that. I like this kill. Spawns Winter Fury. Subbie is now up 3k. Very good. Copter's attacking with no fear. A bomber being built. Subbie floating 14k with just a double infantry buy. Tiaemon also did it. I guess thinking alike here. You want to keep your infantry here because it was stopping this infantry from getting a first strike. And it's just 1 health. It's not like it's going to really capture anything. Okay, going back to pick up this infantry. I like it. Way too aggressive. Does spot the bomber. Builds a fighter. I like it. The fighter, it's not necessarily needed to deal with the bomber, but there are a lot of copters, and the fighter will deal with those as well. He also reaches the front really fast. Not quite sure what's going on over here. Oh, I see. So the copter revealed stuff, and then Subbie was like, oh, I really want to hit this anti-air, so I'll use the infantry to reveal what's in the forest. That makes sense. Didn't interrupt this capture. So Tiaemon is going to close this income gap a little bit. A second bomber from Subbie. So this fighter is going to do some serious numbers. Very nice transport copter. APC should probably get in on this transport game. In comes the fighter. Look at how fast it reaches. Look, it's already in range. It's so fast. Runs away. Go and hit this tank. That should probably put off a lot of alarm bells in Subbie's brain when bomber's right here and the medium tank charges into range. It's possible that Subbie might use bomber tank to kill the anti-air instead, though. It does go after the medium tank. It does survive. This is an 8 bomber at this stage. Now this tank 4, 5, 6 can't actually reach anti-air, so both the copter and the bomber are going to go down here. There's the fighter. Ooh, the 4 health infantry did finish off the medium tank. Value shot there. Okay, so both this harbor and this city are going to fall. Giving Tiaemon, oh, not yet, I guess. Next turn. Going to give Tiaemon the income lead. The first time in a long time. Very nice use of the transport copter to keep bringing these infantry into the fight. Some more tanks. Tank, copter, as one would suspect. So now Subbie is in a lot of danger here. There's no way for Subbie to deal with this fighter. Wow. That's a dangerous move. Both players should really get some recons. Yeah, it's very important to kill off that 1 health battlecopter, because that could potentially move forward and spot that this bomber is completely vulnerable to just dying this turn. As is, there's no reasonable way that this could be scouted other than the anti-air diving forward, which is just not going to happen. But I don't think that was a risk that Subbie needed to take. It could be that Subbie did put it in a forest, so it could be that Subbie thinks the flying unit at this stage. I don't think Subbie thinks this anymore. Could be thinking that it's hidden, and it's just not hidden. Do you have any tips against aggressive players? Just lost to a copter spamming Drake. Guess it's time to quit? No. So usually if you're fighting against an aggressive player, what you do is you pull back because and you start building counter units to their army. Because every time you pull back for like a single turn of travel, you gain 1 turn of reinforcements because they reach you sooner, and your opponent loses a turn of reinforcements because it takes them another turn to get there. So it's a double whammy. So if they're being very aggressive against you, if you can pull back a single turn, you'll suddenly get a nice unit count advantage and can kind of kill their standing army, assuming you haven't been kind of torn up. You can also go for like counter attacks, where if they're being very aggressive somewhere, then they can't be aggressive. So they can't really have stuff on the other area, and you can attack that spot instead. Those are kind of the two main ways of dealing with aggressive players. Okay, Tiaemon looks like they're going to get the Olaf super first. Bomber keeps moving into forests. I think Subbie was just thinking about that the air units could hide in them. Air units do not hide in forests. They float above them and are... It's gonna be very sad. Oh, we do have the Winter Fury first. Wait, did Tiaemon not reach it? Tiaemon was just short. Oh, it didn't attack this infantry. Killing the infantry wouldn't have been enough, though. Subbie got the Winter Fury first, which is a pretty big deal. I'm not sure what just happened there. Subbie got trapped on this infantry, which should be visible because of this tank. Okay, so what happened here, and this, so this is probably them playing live, and Subbie didn't refresh the game, because in Fog of War live games, you should really refresh at the start of each of your turns, because sometimes the vision will glitch out and a unit will be invisible to you, or it will show like forests as unoccupied when they're occupied. So that's probably what happened right here, is the fog vision glitch. It will only happen in live play. If you refresh the game, it will like render everything again. So I'm gonna assume that this was a live experience, because we just had 3 units get trapped on the same infantry. I'm not quite sure. That must have been Subbie being like, what's happening here? Why can't I move into this tile? So we have the counter Winter Fury. Go down, and that can happen in standard as well, I think, or it might not anymore. You could get trapped in standard because of it. "21 minutes until you win your last globally game via timeout." We should have a reminder that air units can't hide in forests. What is out aggro? Oh, that's not towards me. That's to Zeronius. Can I talk more about stalling COs? You mean like COs that like to stall? Then that's usually going to be global damage COs. It's going to, like, oh, Subbie resigns because the bomber died, I think. And the triple trap was brutal. So GG. I think that was a live game, I guess. So COs that like to stall are going to be COs that scale really effectively when the unit count and unit value goes up. So Eagle likes to stall because all of his units get to go twice on the super turn. So it's like twice the value for all of his units. And then the global damage COs also like to stall because they hit every single unit with their powers. So their powers scale very effectively as the unit count goes up. COs that don't like to stall would be like Kindle. Kindle's not a huge fan of stalling. Andy can kind of be an okay staller because while he doesn't get that much value with the unit count going up, he does go up in value with the unit value. Lash isn't a huge fan of stalling. Unless she's in an advantageous position and can like maintain that. Like a seriously advantageous position. But usually the day-to-day stronger COs aren't the happiest with stalling. There's always exceptions. There's situations where they're going to get away with it. If they're like ahead in, if they're like way ahead in economy, then pretty much everyone's happy stalling then, because they're gaining more value every turn than the opponent. But like Eagle and global damage COs can stall when down in value and still, or down in income and still be very happy with their situation. Oh, it's playing standard. Yeah, quickly message Rock Golem. I think they wanted to be here. Okay, so this is the China Containment Zone. Name of the map. It is a very large naval map with triple airport and then very aggressively placed forward ports. This is apparently being played in standard, which is, from my understanding, not the mode it's supposed to be played in. But I think this is made by Elise, so they can do what they want. It does make these missiles even more awkward. Now they're not even providing vision. So I said on a previous game for this map that by mobile users, I know it's so tiny, that Eagle is like one of the strongest COs on this map because it is triple airport. And then air is really strong against Navy, in talking about an Eagle versus Hawke matchup. So Rock Golem wanted to respond to that by picking Drake. Now Drake is going to be very good, especially because there's these four really large. I have to build black boats really early on. And player 2 starts with a black boat. So it goes for this airport really fast. Both going for the airport really fast. Then we have some more black boats being produced. Now Eagle does have weaker boats. They have minus 30% attack. So this carrier isn't really that scary of a carrier. They actually have a very fast cruiser built. This cruiser sadly cannot actually hit the airport. So I'm surprised there was a really fast cruiser built. But Elise is going for this airport fast, this airport fast. Should be sending a black boat down here really quickly would make sense. Try and get that airport quickly. And Rock Golem is going to build a transport copter because it should survive a single carrier shot from Elise. If Elise wanted to stop this kind of shenanigan, the carrier just has to not be positioned here. If it was positioned like over here, so it's zoning the transport copter so it can't go this direction very effectively, then this transport copter is forced to like go this way or like up like this, where it's not going to be very good transport. But because the carrier is sitting here, which I'm not quite sure why it's hiding out in this reef, it's going to have a hard time stopping this transport copter from moving on. Because, as you can see, the transport copter can actually make it to this harbor. So if, like, carriers have 8 range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you usually want to be kind of at max range zoning airports. And as for Eagle, in this case, you're going to want to be like over here-ish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Down like this. And you cover all of these tiles. You could even be 1 over, I guess. So you want to be able to stop the transport copter from running. You might need to be a little bit further back so that the transport copter can't move into your minimum range. Yeah, dead carrier should equal very quick lightning strike. Yeah. The fuel drain is going to be very real on this map. For sure. We have a cruiser attack a black boat. And that is something you can do in Advanced Wars by Web, because when the black boat was brought into the game, it was it just took all the damage matrix that it had in Dual Strike, the game it was introduced in. And in that game, cruisers can hit black boats. So it's not that Advanced Wars by Web cruisers can hit black boats. It's that black boats can be hit by cruisers, which is why this happens. The same thing happens for carriers. Yeah, you can see here, it hit this down to 1, and it repaired up to 3, and now it's outside of the range. So if the carrier is a little bit differently positioned, it can zone this kind of thing off. The idea here for Rock Golem is to take this comm tower really early, away from Elise. And we have some cruisers built. So the cruisers for Drake are a lot better. They're not great, but they're a lot better than normal cruisers because they move 7 instead of 6. So they can actually outmaneuver copters. They also have a lot more defense, with Drake giving plus 25% defense, even more than Sturm, to all naval units. This is a huge blunder. It's not, well, a huge blunder is a bit of a stretch, but Rock Golem at this point can unload this infantry and then move this black boat onto this harbor, forever locking it down. And then this black boat just goes over to pick up the infantry. That's not what's going to happen, though. But yeah, on this map, huge, like these very forward harbors are prized targets to take out. You do not want them constantly producing Drake naval units, or even Eagle naval units. So if you're playing here as Eagle and you're trying to crack this, you can of course rely on bombers like this. You can also build some battleships. They'll still be pretty scary for carriers. And it'll bring in you can have a nice mixed composition of, like, there's already a cruiser around here somewhere. I guess it's way down here. Nice mixed composition to lay siege to these harbors so that they can't produce enough counters to stop the mixture of air units and sea units. And once these harbors are gone, then the Drake naval units have to come from way over here, and that will be a lot harder to deal with, or a lot harder to assail with. Yep, cruisers can attack black boats. You can see the comm tower is going to fall. not the biggest deal, but it does reduce damage. We have a very fancy black boat wall here to stop this cruiser from reaching the bomber, and now the bomber's inside the minimum range of the carrier. Very fancy. More bombers being built. So the real priority is, ideally you're not building bombers from this airport. It's like the worst airport on the map. It's way up in the corner. So you'd want to have a lot of priority in rushing this airport, which is very aggressively placed. Not quite as aggressively placed as like this harbor, but still really nice. Same with this airport. Eagle really wants to get control of these really forward airports in these contested areas. You know, like the Beecopter buy, just have patience. I think the idea is that the cruiser is probably going to get built here. But yeah, you can also just be patient. Battleship kills a poor black boat. I'm surprised it didn't stop the capture, because each of these captures are triple in value. The carrier does shoot the battlecopter. We do have the cruiser being bought. Okay. So you can have a bomber hit a cruiser if it wants. You hit the carrier, gives a lot of value. It's not going to be quite enough to make it to the lightning strike this turn. Which is probably going to be a problem. If Elise had a lightning strike this turn, then this could get pretty much wiped out. That might have been a turn of having to be patient, or or you could build a bomber here instead of a battlecopter last turn, and that would probably get you there. Unless there's not another attack that's possible. Let's see, that would give you... Yeah, that wouldn't be quite enough, so... Yeah. So in this case, Elise is about to get kind of blown out by the Drake Super and how scary these cruisers are. Carrier takes the shot. We have the Typhoon. That was definitely Eagle getting a little too antsy there. So very nice Drake Super here. Also damages all of these existing blue units. And it has also been very good on Drake, as Mr. Greensuit's pointing out, is that these cruisers have been killing off all of these black boats, and that's a big deal. Because not only are they like blockers, like we saw before, but they can repair and refuel all of Elise's units, and even can do it double during a lightning strike. Like so. That is a really weird attack. I don't know why that bomber just went in to do 2 damage and take 6. But yeah, Drake's going to be really tough. I wish Drake super caused fog. That's only in dual strike. But yeah, Drake on harbors, 55% base, and then plus 10% for the super, 65% defense. Very good. So I don't think you even lightning strike. barely can't kill this cruiser. There's another cruiser down here. This is where you'd want to have like one battleship with your Eagle army to soften this up. And also, while the battleship does have minus 30% attack, which is really bad because it's Eagle, it does also fire twice on those lightning strike turns. Also, Eagle needs to constantly be building black boats. To try and offset the Drake powers. You see this cruiser is now picking on this carrier. Yep. So even Drake cruisers do die in open water, but they do get a nice attack out of it. Okay, here we go. Now, and the more black boats are coming, sticking to battlecopters to try and overwhelm this harbor. Again, I would say a single battleship alongside all of this should be enough, because Drake can't really afford to build a battleship or really a sub when it's being constantly attacked by air units. Once the battleship gets in range, it can knock these guys down. Even if it does like 3 damage, that's going to be enough to be a to make all of these exchanges really good. But Drake is ahead by quite a bit in economy here, and we have aggressive cruisers and another carrier coming to try and lock this airport. And Drake is getting both of these airports, which is something that Eagle really should have rushed. Okay. Quite sure what's going on with the bombers. They're running. They're going to run to some black boat heals. Lots of joining. Okay. There we go. Now we have a battleship coming out. You have a normal power from the Drake. Something like about to crash or something. Don't think that normal power mattered, but that's okay. It does still soften everything up. Yeah, you can see just how important it is to shut down these harbors, because when people can build on the front line, it's very hard to deal with. Are doing work. It's actually happening inside area range, but it is what it is. At least resigns. Oh, just couldn't quite get the lightning strike. I see. How close? 1,000 something. Yeah, I guess there's only like this single strike on the transport. So GG. You can see how strong these harbors are. How important it is to have to use your carrier in a way that can zone, if your carrier is not able to one-shot, to zone out the movement you want to zone out, and that Eagle really wants to have these forward airports rather than having to build off in the corner. And the global damage was pretty scary. Also, you can see that getting these neutral bases like doesn't matter. They just sit there without building anything once you have enough infantry. Well, Mr.Greensuit, if you would like to challenge Rock Golem, otherwise known as Dreadnought Seeker, I'm sure they would be up for it. I think this map was supposed to be played in Fog, but I think this was made by Elise, so if they played it in Standard, they played it in Standard. Challenge me, I'm not playing it. I don't like these naval maps. I think the air kind of ruins them. But then also pure naval maps tend to just stall out. Oh, I actually made it to Havitz's game. Okay, so I'm not covering that one right now. Oh, I'm actually at the... Okay, I'll do one more game. If we're calling it a day. We got mathblitz versus Red Roman. Icebound. Is this part of like a tournament? No, this is just a high funds map. Fluffy, you said you take the challenge. You can't say you take the challenge and then not take the challenge. Okay, we got mathblitz, a very strong Fog player. Now playing some high funds, it looks like. Oh, you'll take the challenge, but you won't make the game. I see. Okay. So I've not seen this map before. We have the delayed double base. With player 1 having the turn advantage on the double base. And then player 2 is ahead on the 1 base, which is... This is a very weird high funds map, because I think this is the wrong turn advantage for high funds. But maybe it's okay because you only start with 1 property? Lash is lower in high funds. Yeah. Okay. We'll see how this plays out. Definitely rush the neutral bases as always. We have a single comm tower, and we do have a little naval part in the middle here. Airports. This is kind of double base airport against single base, but the single base gets some turns of advantage. Mathblitz going for the APC opener, looking good. Every property that you accelerate the capture of course, is giving you even more value than it does in the other modes. Same with harassing in high funds, because the value of your units stay the same, the potential income increases, you can trade off entire tanks to deny cities and have it pay off very quickly. So the relative value of an infantry goes up because of what they capture in cities, and while the value of all the other units stays the same. So especially with like recons, you can be very happy sacrificing a recon to stop a city. Very early lander. This is nicely set up so you can build your 1 base and transport stuff, but I think the idea is that you can have your lander go to this tile in particular. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then medium tanks can go here. Not in range of mega tanks getting super rushed out, but medium tanks can, and artillery can. Okay, we have a nice, like this is a very valuable strike from mathblitz. It's not even going to get hit. You know, I know this map. Voice of Akasha covered this map. I was like, where am I recognizing this map from? Voice of Akasha covered this map in one of his streams. I think it might have been his game. Might not have been. So this is a very old map. Okay, the Neo tank is going to probably come down here to try and ward off this tank as best it can. No. Maybe tank to ward off tank, Neo tank to try and ward off medium tank. Lash is hitting into tier 4, yeah. Oh no! You didn't realize there was only the one lab. Oh, it might have been Witty versus Sif or something like that, yeah. You think of the Lorax? Okay. We do have the hit in here. I'm surprised that mathblitz didn't cover against this. I'm not quite sure what this Neo tank is doing. I guess the Neo tank could have 5, 6, like here. 3, 4, 5, 6. It covers this infantry. It covers down here. It's very weird that's just sitting here. Recon gets a nice strike. Lots of infantry coming in here, but there's nothing covering against these tanks. Oh. A little weird for sure. Red Roman's gonna get some nice strikes, but I do like this interrupt down here from mathblitz. Again, the value of interrupting properties goes up. Double value. Ooh, ABC gets taken out. Thanks to the Lash day-to-day giving that extra firepower. Okay, so these harbors are pretty important because you can build battleships from them. Or carriers or whatever. Voice of Akasha, he speaks for the Akashas. I believe Akasha... Is that... It's like God or something like that. If I remember correctly. Oh, it's Sky. But there's like a embodied sky deity. Voice of the sky. Live Grand Finals. Have Neo tanks facing off against Neo tank, medium tank, and then a Neo tank coming up here. No. The Neo tank facing the Neo tank. Anti-air's trying to lock down this airport. And mathblitz is going to have a lot more options. Well, it's not trying to lock it down anymore. It ran away. Mathblitz is going to have a lot more options than Red Roman fairly soon once the Koal super comes online and that +2 movement really starts to bear its fangs. There we go. We have the battleship coming out of the harbor. And it is a Lash battleship, so it has plus 30% attack from sitting here. Okay. Again, a little awkward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think Red Roman can break through this and kill off a battlecopter, and then these Neo-tanks are not going to be able to defend against it. But we do have the battleship defending these Neo-tanks. These battleships are in a stare-off right now, as is classic for this map. mathblitz looking pretty good. Ooh, Red Roman still attacks in here, so it does generate a lot of charge. Terrain tactics unlocked. Right out of range of the other battleship. Decides to bust through up here. I don't like that. That seems like a much worse bust through because now the Neo-tanks can come down and fight you. Where down here they can't. Okay. So mathblitz has the Koal super, which gives extra damage on roads, but also +2 movement to everything. Kill off anti-air and then hit the Neo-tank. Yeah, this is why you want to hit down here. Copters even get to come in here, take out all of these counterable units, and then the tank will kill off this anti-air there. It's looking very good. Koal super doing Koal super things. A little restrained up here, but it's perfect. And another battleship gets built to deal with this Neo-tank. Yeah, I don't know what Lash can do about this. This looks really bad. Has to just charge into battleship range. Wasn't even able to interrupt this capture. Pretty sure mathblitz. Pretty soon, mathblitz is just going to have a ton of money. Does for the go for a copter strike here and another one. Ooh, an attack from the road barely doesn't kill, but the tank can finish it off. And this one also gets taken out. Yeah, I think Red Roman is really dead. That's just how scary movement powers are. Do have the prime tactics. Bust through here. To hit the battleship, does kill off that tank, kill off a copter, hit the battleship with an artillery. Zoom on down here. Bomber sadly can't hit anything. That's a pretty scary little bunch of units here. But on the other side of the map, I mean, it's super over, and this fight's still ongoing. So Red Roman's going to have to get a lot done up here. Ooh, I do like the Subbie-Eye. mathblitz does have the super, but doesn't even use it, just falls back. Yeah, just preserve these units. Looking good. It's really hard to play against. Yeah. The constant possibility of Koal supers. I'm not quite sure what's going on with this play, because I think the sub can still come over and hit the battleship. I see. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Don't think these copters were needed here. I guess they're gonna come over here try and harass other things anyway. Oh, down to 4. Neo tank charges forth. Oh my gosh, look how aggressive these battleships are. They are... This is like the last hurrah that Red Roman has. Might as well go for the Desperation Lab Cap. Triple battleship. Send everything you got. Alright, mathblitz will use Trail of Woe. I think just clear everything up. Block the base there. Down goes the sub. Down goes some battleships. We have the double heal. There's sadly not even a lab cap happening at the same time. We even have an artillery in place to defend against it. Yeah, that's super GG. You have the prime tactics. Trying to break through. And then Red Roman resigns with the Pipe Runner missile buys. Well, you blame me. You decide to agree to it. So GG. I think the openings, there was some weird stuff going on there, but it definitely worked out, and we got to see just how scary it is when you get the movement boost in high funds. So many big units. So GG. I will be back. Oh, that's it for the stream. There is a Patreon if you'd like to join that and help support the stream and such videos. I leave you with an apple, and there will be another stream I think on Thursday where I finish up Days of Ruin, and then Friday will be potentially an all-day stream doing Advanced Wars by web, not by web, but boot camp. I'm gonna try. Have a good night, everyone.